Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. What a morning so far. Wow. So, okay, on a personal note, APPH, I shorted this one and I shorted it just underneath $10 as an earnings play. So I would have picked this one. Look left, look left, look left. There's zero support. This is I guess an IPO back here. Disaster earnings, and obviously the reaction is awful. So on the 10 break, it already dropped a bit, but on the 10 break, it popped up and then popped right back down below 10. Took it just underneath 10, covered a little bit over 9, and I've covered most of it in this 860 area. I have a little bit left just in case it continues down, but if it gets back up to 9, I'm out. So great start for me this morning. So haven't done a pre-market trade for a while, so great on this one. Lots happening, guys. Tons are happening, or is happening. Fubo is an earnings play. FUBO. A lot of you follow Fubo. I almost took this one. Look at this gap up. There's a 200-day moving average. It kind of sat there, or is closed just a little bit above it, and now it's gapped up on earnings. FUBO. Video is, oh, just a minute. Sorry, guys, on YouTube. Just 1 second. Thank you for, I just got to get to my desktop. There you go. Sorry about that. Video's up now, guys. It just give me about 6 seconds. It'll probably start. That's on YouTube. Well, okay, first of all, let's take a look at FULC. FULC, yes, it was an earnings play yesterday. I don't recall a financing announcement, but it's continuing, guys. I mean, now an all-time high, of course. I mean, what a day it had yesterday. Just incredible. How? 15.8 million in the float. That's how. Space. SPCE. Now, actually, this is an interesting one before I talk about it. Look at ARCT. I almost shorted this one, but I held off. ARCT. So, down 8%, down $4. Of course, had a big day yesterday, but it did pull back. It had a great day about 5 days ago. Launched again yesterday, pulled back. Goldman comes out with a $29 price target on it. Big downgrade and a $29 price target on it. So let's see how much that, I mean, it's already affected it probably somewhat right now. Let's see if it continues. I almost took this short, but I didn't. Concentrate on the APPH. SPCE, Space was weak this morning. Let's see if it's still weak. I didn't see any specific news on it. Other than Morgan Stanley, well, I guess, okay, Morgan Stanley has downgraded them, down 4%, SPCE. Big area to try to hold. I mean, you can just see right here, look at that daily chart. CWBR, another earnings play. CWBR, is it still hanging in there? It's starting to give it up a bit. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Higher, HYRE, another earnings play. The theme of the day, guys. Theme of the week, HYRE. I mean, this is, I got to take a look at this one also once this market opens. Well, it's already broken down through that 15 area, so we're at 14. I mean, this really doesn't have a lot of good support at all. HYRE. It released earnings after hours. Man, it was a $20 stock. These poor people holding on, hoping for good earnings or good earnings result. GTIM, another earnings play. GTIM, a small one. GTIM, another earnings play. And it's holding the gap. Holding the gap. Look at the gap. Look at this gap on earnings. 29% up. 9.7 million in the float. I mean, the high of a few weeks ago was around 638. So again, just have to wait for the market to open to see which direction. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Every day, yes. Art, yes it is. Weight Watchers. I guess everybody is fit in America because Nobody's buying Weight Watchers. Look at this, 25% down, gap down on earnings. Frey, hi, this is ringing in my ear. What a lot of action pre-market. Frey, another earnings play, F-R-E-Y, another earnings play. I think this was, so I don't know if this is still a SPAC or this is the result of the SPAC. It looks like the result of the SPAC. Anyway, first earnings, probably, and reaction, not good. I mean, it's an EV play, but not good. You just have to turn off your sound alerts if you don't want it. Just go right click on the alert window and go to properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound if you don't want it, okay? Mogo is a Canadian stock, M-O-G-O. Well, I mean, you can put the don't repeat on if you don't like it as much, okay? Properties don't repeat, but it may be grayed out. It depends on the format you're using, the view mode you're using. If don't repeat is grayed out, then, suffer through it. I'll help you after, okay? I've got a little bit, I have some stuff to do. You can't see the, okay, you guys on YouTube, you can see my screen, right? Just want to make sure. I know somebody's saying they can't see the screen, but I just want to make sure that that is not everybody. No, I'm not talking, no, here you guys, we have two trading rooms. So here's one, but there's a YouTube room. Somebody's saying they can't see my screen. Okay, so Jail, I don't know what's happening on your end. If you can hear me, I don't know what's happening on your end. The screen is, if a bunch of people said the same thing, then I would have to do something, but something's happening on your end. I don't know how to help you. UPST, guys, more expensive one. UPST is an earnings play. UPST is an earnings play. Big gap up. Look at that, 22%. Perrigo, P-R-G-O. I guess that's a big food chain in your country. In the States? Okay, don't let this, remember when all those companies were moving their headquarters to Dublin to take advantage of the tax breaks? That's a few years ago. Let's see, BRSP, a small one. Now, before I look at got to keep an eye on this LTRN. Yeah, LTRN. It's a low float situation. LTRN, FDA grants them orphan drug status. 7.7 million in the float. Anything can happen with that float. If you get a hold of it, there's the high over here. The high in the pre-market hit almost 16, and the highs here are 15. So, if it gets back to that pre-market high, I mean, anything could happen on this one, LTRN, with that float. And yesterday's ORPH, it was getting frisky again. Let's see if it's holding its gains. Or, yes, it is, ORPH. This was a fun one yesterday. High yesterday was 653. And DYAI is gapping up on earnings, I believe. Yes, it is gapping up on earnings. Released earnings after hours. No reaction after hours whatsoever. They released after hours yesterday. Plus they have, I'm assuming this is earning, yeah. Yeah, this is, yeah, I want to make sure this is earnings, but they also do notice that they and Sorrento have announced some kind of a binding term sheet to license their product. So there is news also, as well as earnings for DYAI. Now, guys, this is the last big week of earnings, okay? We have 800 companies that are releasing earnings this week. Next week we're down to 140. So this is the last big week of earnings. This is why it's so much action in the pre-market. Give me a moment, please. And of course, the SPY popped on the CPI number, came out at 830, Consumer Price Index. So the SPY popped. I guess it was good. I didn't see what the actual figures were, but I guess it was good. Or a reaction to the market, or the reaction has been good. Look at the SPY pop right here. So we're going to have a positive open anyway. BRSP is a financing. BRSP is a financing. And the financing is at $9, so it's holding the financing price not too badly. So, Canada, you're using probably my gap up and gap down from the pre-market. I thought I disabled the sound alert, but I guess I didn't. But the only way you can do it, if this is what you're using, okay, and yes, every time FULC would make a new high, you would hear her, yes. But it depends on how you have, if you're using exactly what I'm using, you cannot disable the sound because the properties, notice the don't repeat, or the don't repeat you can't use. Because the view mode I'm using is this group and sort by. If you chose newest first, then you could do it. I think, I mean, is it that bad? Okay, it's just letting you know. She's nagging at you, but she's letting you know. Once the market opens, that gap up and gap down, those gap up and gap down filters stop working. So. Really, what are you doing? Good to see you. Wendy's, W-E-N, I'm just looking at Wendy's also, probably an earnings play. Yep, Wendy's is an earnings play, W-E-N. Probably coming into some resistance. I mean, I'm looking at the daily chart right up here, so it's not that far away. Now, if it takes that out, I mean, yeah, it could have a interesting day if it can take that out, or will it halt right there and become a nice little short? Okay, Wayne, well, you can't get Holly to trade pre-market. It doesn't work in the pre-market, okay, number one. So you cannot force her to work in the pre-market. Okay, and when you say take more than one trade at a time, I mean, the concept of the AI is you just wait for the alerts to happen, okay? So if there happen to be, two alerts at the same time and you've got it in an auto mode, it'll take the trades. But but you can't force the AI to do what you want it to do. You just have to wait for the alerts to happen. All right, 9:19. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Okay, we have a few more upgrades and downgrades, so let me get a few of them in. Oops. All right, give me a moment here. There are a few more upgrades and downgrades this morning. I see Rio was mentioning Pub M. I see there's an upgrade for Pub M. I don't know if it's an earnings play. I haven't checked that. If it's an earnings play also. So many earnings plays. As I say, 800 this week. We're down to about 140 next week. So it will not be as active, certainly on the earnings front next week. And actually an upgrade, my goodness, an upgrade for FULC by Morgan Stanley. How about that? A couple of upgrades for DHT. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. I've got some of the downgrades in now. Whoops. If you will see, on the move, I'm hearing, as you say, the lady calling it out every time it makes a new high. All right, and there's that downgrade by Goldman for ARCT. All right, there you go, guys. There are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, let's take a quick look to see what the sectors are doing this morning. I'm sure most of them are going to be up with that SPY pop. Let's take a look. Okay, as usual, energy is still in the tank. I mean, 88% of the stocks are down. So what are the big ones today? So we've got communications, so tech, 80% of the stocks are up in the pre-market, and 83% communications. They usually go hand in hand, so up. So that's right now, and consumer staples. But right now, it's all about tech, communications, and technology. So there you have it. So again, 92% of the major ETFs or the SPY are up. Of course, that can change during the day. All right, guys, I have I don't have very much of this APPH left, but I'm just waiting to see if it goes down a little bit further. 9 gets me out for sure. That was a great short. Just a great short. Of course, one reason I would take a short like this in the pre-market, it was already down way over 10%. And so the uptick rule would have nailed me had I waited for the market to open. Not for TradeStation. If you had an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use this window we call Brokerage Plus to trade that account, but not TradeStation, no. But we're a scanner first and foremost. I mean, you can use trade ideas to, with any broker you want. That's what we are. We're a scanner. But we do have this module, this feature called Brokerage Plus, that if you had an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can actually use this market or this window. You connect to those two accounts, and then you can use it to trade. But TradeStation, no. Now, I don't think those were. I mean, I know what you're talking about, Vicky. Right there, no. This this happened so fast, and it was right back down. I didn't even. It didn't even register. I think that I don't know if it's a misprint or what. That's that classic 8 o'clock, or this is at 8:10. But no. But I'm almost out of it now. The 8.99. Just waiting to see if it gets over 9, and then that'll be out. Yeah, the Fubo is. The Fubo may be coming into some resistance on the daily chart. FUBO, obviously a great reaction to earnings so far. Big gap up, leaving that 200-day really behind. But if you look left on the monthly charts, you see 3509. You see 30. Okay, so 3509. So the high right there is 3275. So it's just a little bit above the high of 2 months ago. And then that next high is 3509. On the weekly, probably the same thing. Well, we have 3421, and there's that 3509. So, it still has some room when you look at the weekly chart for Fubo, FUBO. Let me take a look at PUBM. Is this an earnings play? The answer is yes, it is an earnings play. So PUBM is an earnings play. Of course, this was an IPO back here. PUBM earnings play also has an upgrade. And this is shortable for us at Interactive Brokers anyway. Yeah, the LTRN, I don't know what it's going to do. Orphan drug status, it's a feel-good story for sure in terms of, the FDA granting their drug orphan drug status. But it's all about the float right now. 7.7 million in the float. It's all about the float. And can it get back up to the pre-market highs? Higher continues down here, guys. All right, let's get rid of my pre-market layout scan. Higher continues down here. HYRE. It's another one I really took a hard look at, shorting this morning, but it really wasn't moving very much. You notice what it was doing, it was just kind of hanging tough, but now look at it. Alright, let me get ready for this open. I'm going to shut down my pre-market scan layout. Get ready for this open, and of course, with great enthusiasm to see what sort of alerts we get from the options, strong options volume wind scanner. See what sort of alerts we get. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I don't know. How is CMSCA? Is it an earnings play? I don't know. It's got to break out of here, so I don't know. It's doing nothing. So it's only 3,000 shares. So I have no idea what it's going to do. All right, guys, we have 10 seconds before we get opened. Let me just get this connected here. Click on the simulator. All right, we're open for business. All right, so here's the DYAI earnings play. Some volume coming in. Low float, 19 million in the float. And looming above it is the 200-day moving average. So it's far enough away. It's up at 5. I mean, if it gets anywhere close to it from here, of course, that'd be a great percentage move. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, other than the pre-market, of course, but I kind of like to see things settle down a little bit. Of course, I always run the risk that somebody's going to keep running on me, and you know what? I'm prepared for that. All right, Weight Watchers, a little bit of a pop here, guys. Weight Watchers, WW. Down for the day, big gap down on earnings, so big gap down. I mean, look at that, 23%, 67 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float, not excessively high, but so you may be trying to rally. All right, LAC from yesterday, LAC, so the EV play. Lithium, LAC, probably the other one, LTHM. You might want to take a look at that one also. But there's LAC, LAC, just took out yesterday's high. Again, it's early though. APPH. Gordon. Unfortunately, I'm all out of it now. That 9 got me out, but it looks like it wants to continue down. Ooh, look at Frey. Frey. F-R-E-Y. Is this shortable for me? No, it's not. Not now. I thought it was earlier, but maybe it was earlier. Anyway, disaster. Look at this. Gap down, 25% on earnings, EV play. So getting closer, guys. I mean, if you're going to take this one, I mean, you have to be aware there's the 200-day moving average for DYAI right at 5. Well, 504. So there's the area. Kirkland Lake, Kirkland Lake, Northern Ontario. KL, so this is not an earnings play, but a little pop here, going right into the 200-day moving average. Wow, that APPH is just a disaster. I don't have any more, but it is continuing down now. Now, it'll be interesting. If you try to short it right now, might be difficult to get because of that uptick rule. Wow. Why did you have to take that little jog towards 9? I would still be in it. Ah, you're right. No shorts available anymore. I don't know how many there were when I shorted it, to be honest. I didn't really check. Another reason for my shorting it in the pre-market. Hey, yeah, CLF. Nice trade of the week, guys. Good for Steve. Ooh. Sorry. Spoke too soon. You're shorting it, Lily. I thought you were saying nice on the way up. So what was the trigger? 24 something? 24.12? So, I mean, if you took this, I mean, you've got to, always, I don't want to tell you how to trade anything, but You know, if you took this one at 24.12 or close by, I mean, and it's up to 26.57, there's over $2. You know, for me, you've got to trade that. All right, what is the market doing now? So we had the pop, consumer price index popped the market. So market is still up. So we don't have a disconnect yet. I'm not saying we'll have one. Disconnect meaning, you know, the Dow value versus growth. Wow, APPH. Oh man, oh man. I didn't even read, I mean, I know it's an earnings play, but could I go back in time and uncover? Yeah, just give me 10 seconds even. I don't want to be greedy. Just give me 20 seconds. Silver, guys. Silver on the run here. PEAAS. It's an earnings play. Okay. So look at PEAAS. This is an earnings play. Big pop right now. It doesn't look that great in the pre-market. Actually, it was negative. But now look at this. PEAAS. The next high looking left is 26.39. So there it is. I mean, if we can somehow take that out. Ooh, Fubo, guys. Whoa. That's why, you know, look at this first 15 minutes for Fubo. We got a big pop up to 33. And then a nice little drop, $2 drop. And that's that. I mean, look at the volume that came in on that selling. Whoa. Now, guys, I talked about this one yesterday. If you're going to take this one, just be awfully careful, obviously. ORPH, extremely whippy, even though the float is not crazy low, but it's still low, 28 million in the float. And there's the ORPH. It did hit, where did it hit yesterday? 653 or so yesterday. Oh, why am I not in APPH still? What a disaster. Wendy's, let's take a look at Wendy's, WEN. So what did it do? A pullback. I'm still a little bit, I don't know, that area right up here looks like a lot of resistance for Wendy's. All right, not an earnings play. TGH. Look at this little move here for TGH. This is not quite an all-time high, but TGH, the Textainer Group. Where are you out of? You're out of okay, one of these Bermuda stocks, tax haven, I guess. TGH. What did they do? Apple Harvest? I don't even know what these guys do. APPH. Development of indoor farms. Okay, so I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to take a look at NLOC. Real's been talking about NLOC. Did see it earlier. Is it not an earnings play? Ooh, look at that bottoming tail. Wow. Over the 200-day moving average. Well, I had them pre-market, PJ. Yeah, when I saw that Apple Harvest, I thought maybe it's weed, but it doesn't appear to be. But what a disaster, though. I mean, this is really a disaster. APPH. Yeah, pre-market. I don't know how many, to be honest. I mean, because I didn't really look. All I looked was see if the big green ball was there, and it was. It wasn't faded, so I didn't even look to see how many shorts were available. Obviously, not that many, or they've all been snapped up. Ay, 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 what a talk about whippy. Look at this bottoming tail here, and then CLF right back up. All right, we have our first AI alert, way outside the price range that I like, but there's the first AI alert, guys, for UPST to short. How you handle the trade, if you want to take it, is up to you, of course. Yeah, like a couple of massive disasters at FREY and the APPH this morning. Just straight down. I mean, literally straight down. Just in the pre-market, guy. The APPH short. Which I'm unfortunately out of. Now we have a halt, guys. ACHL is a halt. Achilles Therapeutics is just got halted. 39 million in the float. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Yeah, Bank of America maintains coverage, but so this has been halted on the way up. I'm going to have to turn the lady off or something. You just APPH over and over and over again. This is driving me crazy now. Nothing from the option scanner yet. It's pretty active yesterday. Task on the way up, TASK on the way up, and this is an all-time high. It's an earnings play, guys. Wow, this is didn't see this in the pre-market really. TASC, well, look at the float, crazy, crazy. Wow, anything could happen here. If this float, this float, 1.24. Are you kidding me? No, again, this is from our provider. But look at Task. This is shortable too, at Interactive Brokers anyway. But what a move. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Looks like this is an IPO back here. The spread is right now, it's 26 cents. I mean, it's not grotesque, not great, but no price target. I mean, it's a halt. ACHL. It's just a halt. I mean, we're just pointing it out as a halt. Where it's going to open. Wow. You know, if this holds, this is going to be a massive open. If this holds, I see $12.99 right now is what I'm talking about. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, your broker will have something. So this is the, you know, it's going to move around. But look, here's the halt at 968. Now this could move. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 30 seconds after 948. So this can move around still. I didn't. Well, I saw it earlier, but I didn't see the tumble. Wow, yeah. Nice. I wasn't sure if you were going long or shorting this one at the beginning. Now this will be very interesting to see where this opens, this ACHL, guys. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1298. Now, if you're going to ask me how to play a halt, there's no rule book on playing a halt. I mean, if you're in it before the halt, great. But it's just a matter of watching it and now seeing, is it going to do something? Is it going to do something really crazy? 39 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. Don't see any news on it. I see JP Morgan yesterday maintained coverage. That was yesterday. Actually, that was after hours, 16:02. I'm noticing. So that's right after hours. August 10th, it had earnings yesterday. So that was the reaction yesterday to its earnings. I don't really think I saw this yesterday. Maybe it didn't trade very much. In fact, you can tell it did not trade very much. There's the volume. That's not very much. But look what it's done already. 162. That looks like it's around 300,000. So this could be really interesting when it opens. Look at ORPH, guys. ORPH. I think it's just took out yesterday's high. ORPH. Yesterday's high was 651, so it's at yesterday's high. Next high looking left is 668. So it's got, it's got some little pockets of resistance still, but I don't know if this is the meme stock today. I don't know if those guys have got a hold of that one today. Yeah, I guess it's going to be a 10-minute halt, at least. Which is not, I'm sure anybody who was able to get it before the halt is gnashing their teeth now, because the longer this halt goes, the more that bid ask can come down. All right, guys, MOGO, M-O-G-O, I believe it is an earnings play. Yes, MOGO, Canadian stock. So popped up to what, 740 in the pre-market, got all the way down to 659, putting a little bit of move. Let's see if it can hold 7. There's the 200-day, so it's left that behind. It gapped right through the 200-day moving average. Again, the problem is when you start looking left, you start seeing these, these highs, which are fairly close. Not necessarily are they going to stall it, but I'd rather not see them. So the high last month was 794. No, so from 7, if it got up to close to 8, that would be a nice percentage move, of course. Oh, wow, I think higher has had a huge bounce. I'm sorry, it has not had a huge bounce. Sorry. Okay, now it's through the 200-day moving average. What a disaster this one is. Ooh, it is shortable now. You know what? I'm not sure that was shortable earlier for me. All right, guys, so ORPH has sort of rejected that high of yesterday a little bit. ORPH. All right, give me a moment here. My music has stopped. Just give me a moment here. Well, I'm all over the PlayStation. I've got Sirius, so I just sort of pick and choose different channels. Wow, look at task, guys. I mentioned this one earlier. I mean, it keeps rolling here on earnings. Wow. Low float. 1.24 million in the float. At least that's what our provider has. So, I mean, look at this. All right, nothing from the option scanner yet. Okay, ACHL opened. What did it open at? So still open higher, but not the 12 that it originally looked like it might open at, but it's still higher. So there's the ACHL. Let's see if we can hold this and maybe take out that high and then continue. In fact, well, there it is. All right, stick it again. See if it hit 1136 a couple of times. Let's see if it takes it out one more time. If not, all right. So for you guys who want to short these, this is shortable, but you know, it's shortable at IB. So William, Zach, if you can hear me, of course, I'm sure you know this already. You've got to deal with a bit of a spread issue, of course, with ACHL, but yeah, there's no utter collapse yet. ACHL. Maybe imminent. Maybe imminent. William, you're probably out of it now. Did you make your 1.25%? Probably. All right, one moment, please. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, this ACHL. I'm sure William is out of it now. Ooh, it's a frisky one. That is a frisky one. Look at the spread. I'm just looking at the ACHL. Oh, APPH, guys, just continues down. Unbelievable. Whew. Okay, guys, that was kind of fun on the ACHL. That's why I was silent. I had to go keep an eye on it. I have covered some now. If it got up, it almost got back up to 11. Okay. And now it's not shortable. Now it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. So all those shorts have been snapped up just like that. I think when I did, I think there was about 93,000 shares, but they've been just snapped up now at Interactive Brokers anyway. Okay, get the heart rate back down a little bit. All right, we have an options. Now you say you came in the options magic, so obviously it just hit now for me. And LAC now also. Now, as I always say, I don't have to hop in right away. I want to see how it's trading. Excuse me. Now, LAC is also in the option scanner. Oh man, LAC, guys. LAC's hit the option scanner, 1841. Turning into a winner so far, anyway. And Mogo, this is what I'm talking about. These are I'm sharing these, okay? You want this? Just go to my home page, go to the scan section, and this is what it's called: moving higher with unusually strong options volume. I'm going to go over a lot of this a bit later, but you know, for those of you who are looking for that scan right now, again, just go to my home page and go to the scan section. Oh man, look, I know, Will, you're out of the ACHL. I know you are. Oh man, what a I don't know if you were able to. Now you look at this. Now so a little bit of covering. There's 1,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Just popped up. Now they're gone. Now there are 1.6 1,500 shares available. So there is some covering, very minor covering happening. Again, disaster. HYRE now below the whole number of 11. The next low looking left is 883. Man. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, you guys are talking about AHPI. AHPI moving. This has been a wild one. 3 million in the float. Wow. I don't think I really saw this in the pre-market. I mean, it had a little bit of a move in the pre-market, but yeah, wow. 37% now. Higher, guys. Oh, man, what a day. Just give me a moment here, guys. Mine, yes, I have don't repeat for the entire day, yes. Why do I keep an eye? Well, because if one is, you always like to find something that maybe in the same sector that could be moving. All right, guys, higher. I had to keep watching higher. HYRE. Yeah, so I don't tell anybody what to buy. Somebody asked me, can I take a stock with you? I'm not going to tell anybody what to buy. I'm pointing out opportunities and what I'm looking at. And if it makes sense to you to take it, then go for it. If it doesn't, then, but I'm not a financial advisor. I have to be very careful about what I say. You're never going to hear me say, okay, guys, you should take this trade right here because that's what I'm doing. But, if you hear the tone in my voice, obviously I'm watching higher underneath that whole number. It's a disaster earnings, just like the APPH was. And, it was a bit of a chase, but, underneath that whole number. But you're not going to hear me say, okay, guys, everybody should be in higher. If you're new to trading, I know it's difficult. Okay, ACY. Somebody mentioned that one. Yes, so that was halted on the way up now. Yeah, wow. And it's halted again. So, I'm sorry, it is halted now. Sorry. The same with the ACHL. You heard me talking about it. I like the idea of shorting it. It had these two tops right here. Okay. But, it's super risky. Anything that does what it did, it could just pop up immediately. So that's why I had to pause a while because I was afraid it was going to burst through 11 again. I was able to hold and, I've covered most now. I've covered. But, these are risky. New trading, it's risky. But higher, oh man, some of these earnings plays right now, these are the two disasters, higher and APPH. Look straight down. Even on the two, look at this, a base right here, and, a little base here on the twos, and it's just straight down. Disaster. Well, they're a little bit slow in the dock. It's not, for me, it's not unmanageable anymore. It's a little bit of a delay using in the dock, but I've dealt with it. It's not so much that it drives me crazy anymore. There's nothing, what? We haven't had a question like that, not a question or a statement like that for a while. Going long or going short? I think the reason why you won't short is because you keep hearing, well, I could lose everything. It could go to infinity. And you're right, in theory. Okay, in theory. But if you're intraday shorting, it's just like if you go long a stock, it could collapse on you just like that. If you're going short a stock, it's the same. You can just put a stop in. You're hoping it goes down. If it moves back up to your stop, you get out. Rarely, you're not going to see higher, going from whatever it is, 1016 to 100 in a second. Okay. But, if you won't short, you're missing half of the great moves in the market. Probably more, because a lot of what, people in this room do, short tops. Stocks that get just parabolic, you just short them. if you have the ability, not the ability, but the availability of shorts with your broker, of course. I mean, that is something. Yeah, I mean, if you, I almost, yeah, Becca, I mean, it's the same. You know, you go long something, if you don't have a plan to get out, if it's not working, it's the same as, if you know, going short. All you're hoping for is it goes down. If it doesn't, you get out. I think people are, yeah, if you hold a short, well, you can hold a long overnight, a buy overnight that's at 80 and you wake up the next day and it's at 10 because of disaster news. Okay? The same thing can happen. You short something and then it gets some fantastic news and yeah, but I haven't, but if you short intraday, typically, you know, it's no, in my opinion, there's no more risk involved than if you go long something intraday. But, you know what? You can also practice with our simulator. You know, just click that big sell button. You'll see how it works. Okay, many people, maybe not, I don't know what percentage would be shorting tops. Well, I'm not in ORPH, but it is moving ORPH. I'm not in it. I think this is probably a meme stock. I don't know for sure. William, you got 5% from ACY. You should print that chart out. You probably couldn't get out soon enough, quickly enough. It kept moving down on you. But I wonder if it's a meme stock today. I mean, look, the AMCs and the GMEs, I mean, give up, guys. What's GME doing today? Die. Well, it's not dying, but AMC, though, I mean, look at the day it had yesterday. Big pop pre-market on earnings, or after hours on earnings the day before. So it had the pop after hours yesterday, after hours the day before, pre-market pop yesterday, and then once the market opened, just slid. I mean, what's going to sustain this? The optimism that there's billions upon billions of shorts out there that still have to cover? I don't know. Well, I mean, shorting tops, though, I mean, look, I mean, it's not just a matter of saying, oh, there's a stock going up. I mean, if you watch what Real does, first of all, you're talking about being outside the Bollinger Band, say on the 5-minute chart, number one. That's what William does, okay? He waits to see a stock outside the 5-minute Bollinger Band, okay? So there it is. It also has to be up a certain amount. And then, you know, you can also, if you have a way of looking at a channel, you can see if it's above a channel. I mean, so you're trying to put the odds in your favor about shorting a top. It's just not a matter of, oh, well, this stock has gone up so much, so, you know, it has to come down right now. Right now. I mean, you can put in options, you can put like 1, you know, and therefore it will be optionable. So if you did something like this and just put option volume today, put 1, okay, in the min. So that would mean it will be optionable. That will be an optionable stock. I mean, that is a quick way of doing it, an easy way to do it. So I mean, look, even though the market's up now, tech is now starting to fade here. But even though the overall market is up here, you know, what did I do today? Took 3 shorts. Boy, this ORPH. I mean, I don't know if it's the meme stock today, but boy, if it is, as they're desperate now, looking for something that they can sink their teeth into. Well, I mean, if you look at, okay, I mean, all traders are looking at, of course, is this day back here when it hit 78. The next high looking left looks like 748 on the daily chart. Could that stall it? I guess. But if it can ever break out of that 80, I mean, you know, look, that's all traders are looking at though. That day that it did this, the nonsense of getting up to $80 from whatever it was, 6. Well, you talk about, you want to print these charts out, guys. Higher in APPH is disaster earnings. Now, at some point, this could bounce. I remember yesterday, what was the one yesterday that had a fantastic, I can't remember. I know somebody will help me here. It had a fantastic bounce, had a cross. It wasn't SDC, it was something else. No, it wasn't STXC. You know what? I'll grab my paper from yesterday. That's the one. Thank you. Vuzo. That's exactly the one. Or Vuzi. Yes, that was the one. Thank you, William. So look, I mean, look what Vuzi did yesterday. I'm not saying these are going to do the same thing, but it was an earnings play yesterday. They didn't get hammered like the other ones though. They had a cross right there on the 5-minute chart. Was it Vuzi? I thought it was something even more dramatic, but so at this point then, if you're looking, you know, at something like a higher to see, well, okay, could it possibly bounce at some point? You know, you'd be watching to see if that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart right there can somehow cross above that 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. Yeah, you're right. SDC is bouncing here, and it's actually above yesterday's high. So I don't know who the heck is buying this. 546 was yesterday's high, so it's above yesterday's high. Just traders looking at something, a little bounce play or something like that. But I mean, certainly it had multiple downgrades yesterday, as well as, of course, earnings. Multiple downgrades yesterday. The stock that dentists hate, or the company that dentists absolutely hate. Next time you go to your dentist, say, you know what, I'm thinking of doing the SDC thing, and then duck. Duck. this stupid one. It's popping up on some kind of a scan. I got CXDC. I call it because it's under $1. It's doing its dance around $1. That's it a while. True, William. But if it was such a slam dunk success, you would think it would be a lot higher. I don't know. All right, let's take a look at N-lock. As Real is talking about N-lock, okay, talking about shorting a top here. All right, guys. Well, this is interesting. I've had no real questions today regarding the platform, which is so the first 2 days. Usually, that's heavily laden in a test drive with that. Now, by the way, I will put the test drive link in it. So we are still in this test drive mode, and I'll explain what I mean. RAAS is, I'm hearing that one now. RAAS. All right, if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, now you will not get 2 weeks, so please listen carefully. I do not want to mislead anybody. If you sign up today, you'll get the balance of today, plus another 7 full days of trading using our premiums, having access to our premium product, okay? So you will not get 2 weeks. The test drive is over on the 20th. So if you think that is worth $11.11 to get the balance of today, plus another 7 days of testing out our premium service, then go for it, all right? I don't want to mislead anybody. You're not going to get 2 weeks. It started on Monday, and you know, it's not extended. So in other words, if you take it today, it's not extended past the 20th to give you 2 weeks. Okay? So don't want to mislead anybody. So that's the test drive. Once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. If you do want to take out a subscription, there'll be a nice promo code. If you do want to take out a subscription, but don't worry, we do not automatically put you into a subscription. Again, nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from, okay? Now, if you are new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on my mic. You can dock the brokerage window, okay, James? Can I answer your question a little bit later? Okay, and if I forget, just remind me. Okay? Okay, so so I do see that question. It's overwhelming. Well, you can make trade ideas as overwhelming as you want, or you can make it as simple as you want. I choose to make it simple, and I'll explain what I'm talking about. First of all, what is trade ideas? We're a scanner. Okay, we scan the U.S. market. So here's an example of a scan I've got. I call it basic new highs and lows. And also, you can use trade ideas with any broker. Okay, we're not broker dependent. We're a scanner. And you can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. So here's an example of a scan. You know what? Before I do all that, I'm getting ahead of myself. So first, I'm going to just pop my homepage link in here. Now my homepage link is available if you're in this trading room right there all day. Just click on the tab there and here's the link, okay? Now there's a lot of information on my homepage, so I always say save the link because there's a lot of information there. So let's just take a look at what you'll see when you click on my homepage link. First, if you do want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use. Click and for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click Get Trade Ideas, just quickly show you how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to go annually. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. This is what it'll cost, $118 or $228 a month. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. Please listen carefully, to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at around noon Eastern. A lot of these 3 sections here are free. Okay, these ones are all free. If you have trade ideas, if you're part of the test drive, I'm sharing a lot of scans. This is a layout that I'm sharing. It doesn't look quite like the layout that I've got here, but it's very close, okay? And plus I have a lot of individual scans that I am sharing. So if you're brand new, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You can take a look at some of these and you know, all you really have to know is, well, how do I load from the cloud? Which is here. Here's the education section. So again, if you're new to Trade Ideas, you should take a look at the 20 lessons first. You know, what is a top list? Build a top list, alert windows, okay, introduction to the cloud, back testing, the AI, which we nickname Holly, all the way down to Brokerage Plus, okay? These are not videos, it's just text-based. Very quickly you can go through all this. Daily support session. So between 12 and 1, you hear me refer to a YouTube room. I also moderate our YouTube room at the same time as what I call the main trading room. They see my screen, they can hear me the same way, just that the main trading room is a lot more active with traders, okay? But at noon, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. Chris is going to take over. Okay, some of you may know Chris. Chris is going to take over. He knows Brokerage Plus a lot better than I do, okay, because he uses it a lot more extensively than I do. So you have Brokerage Plus questions. I'm going to get into Brokerage Plus a little bit later. Save them up and you can ask him. Daily webinars. So we are on hiatus because of the test drive. So they will not start until after the 20th. Once they start again, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. They're all free. You can sign up for them. Big section here, educational videos. Click on the watch videos. You know, starting trade ideas from scratch, and other videos are here. And then down here, another one. If you were new to trading, great little, 36 little videos starting off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, a great resource for you. And we have some ebooks that we created, okay? So a lot of information on my homepage. Save the link, okay? Then you can take a look. You can take a look at my scans, and you can take a look at this education section whenever you want. Boy, this RAAS, is this another disaster earnings play? Oh, actually, it's on the way up. Okay. So it's an earnings play on the way up. Okay, Bob. Well, okay, if you bear with me just a little bit here, but I mean, if you want to open all your windows, if you click on Windows and show all, that should do it, number one. Okay, so if you go to our toolbar and just click on Windows and then show all, that'll get all your windows up. They may be jumbled around on your monitors, but okay. All right, so first of all, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, this is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. I right-click virtually all windows that you see. If you right-click, and then there's usually a configure, and this will show you. This just shows you what I have got in this particular scan. Here are the filter values. This is what I'm looking for in this scan. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a very powerful filter that we have. The relative volume or current volume filter, so it has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. What these are is not as important as the concept is when you build a scan yourself. You know, you always start off with filters. If I had no filters and I was just had these alerts telling me, well, show me every stock that's making a new high or a new low, I'd be inundated. So that's why you always start off with filters. So in this particular scan, that's what I'm looking for. Okay? I'll get to that, Maxim. You can, depending on your broker. Okay, I will get to that though. So this is an idea of a scan I put together, and I'm sharing it. It's one of the scans I share. The good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. This makes it easy. If I right-click, configure, and click on search, here are all of the filters, all of the alerts that we have. All right, I'm not going to go over them all, but these are all the alerts, and when you see these icons, these are the filters. Now, if a person looks at all these and say, well, my goodness, how can I learn them all? You don't have to. I probably use 0.5%, maybe 1% of them. Okay? We have all these because, you know, there are all sorts of different trading styles. And so we've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So again, you do not have to learn a programming language, and you don't have to learn all of these alerts and filters. It's like an a la carte menu. You pick and choose what you want, combine them, and that'll hopefully give you the scan that you're looking for. But again, you know, if you're new, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You can take a look at mine. You can take a look at my layout. You can take a look at the scans that I've created. And you can also go into our channel bar. And these are all layouts. These are all themed layouts. Okay, Brian, if you can find my homepage tab and just click on the link and then go to the scan section, okay? So again, here is the channel bar. These are themed channels. Now this is why we're kind of pushing for you to use the latest beta, because in the past, I have a layout that you can see underneath here. And in the past, if you clicked on a layout in the channel bar, your layout would be replaced. You could only have one layout loaded at a time. With the latest beta that's available on our website, you can click on a layout in a channel, and your layout will not disappear. Okay? So here are some scans. You know, here's some scans that we've put together. You know, this is the momentum channel. This is a Momo scan. Again, you can right click, configure. You can see what it's looking for. If you like this, if you thought, you know what, I like the idea of this, and you didn't mind what all these values are. You know, it's looking for a price between 1 and 50, etc., etc. But if you wanted to change it, you know, maybe you had a different idea. Maybe you want it between 10 and 50. You make the change. You say OK. Notice there's the change. And then you say OK again. So now it is saved, but know this. If you leave the channel and come back, your change is not saved. The reason why is that these channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that everybody wants the same change. But typically what people do is they'll take a look at the channels and they might say, I'd like to have that window as part of my layout. Now, if you're using our the beta version, and you right click and you duplicate into free floating window. Otherwise, you just right click and save to the cloud. But I'm going to duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, so here it is. And now, if you're not using the beta version, if you're on an older version, then all you would have had to do is just do this, right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, and then it gets saved into the cloud, and I'm going to show you, because I've already done it, I'm not going to do it again. And that's how you can go through the various channels and start extracting windows or scans that you might like to have part of your layout. So you can build your entire layout without really, I mean, you didn't know how to build this at the beginning, but you can build an entire layout made up of scans that we've already created for you, either from my scans, or going into the various channels. And it's as simple as file, load from cloud. You're going to see Momo somewhere. There's Momo. I done this yesterday. You just click on it and load it, and it shows up on my other monitor, and here it is. So you could start loading all the ones you had saved from the cloud, load them one at a time to build a layout. And then once you've got a layout, you just file, save or share to cloud, and you click on entire, give it a name, and save it. I mean, it's really that simple. I mean, it may not sound simple at the beginning, but you do it enough times, I mean, it's really that simple. So what I'm trying to really demonstrate is that, you know, you really didn't have to know how to build anything at the beginning. You know, we've done a lot of the work for you. Okay, now let me talk a little bit about the AI. AI or Holly. Just looking at the alerts we've got so far. So this is what I would do. To see the AI, and if you're part of the test drive, or if you're just a subscriber, new subscriber, I would click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, just this AI/Holly trades window. And what you'll see, you won't see this, is I'm going to explain docking a little bit, but you won't see these two, but this is the window that you'll see. And just wait for the alerts to happen. Now, everybody wants to know, well, how do I trade them? That'll be up to you. Unfortunately, there's no video saying, okay, if you get this EUPST alert, this is how you trade it. You know, it requires some trading knowledge, okay? Treat this like a watch list that you can watch all day long, okay? And if you're new to trading, I understand. It may not be easy. But, you know, the AI is not designed, I mean, everybody really wants to be able to auto trade it. Just take the entry and, you know, get out when the AI gets out. Unfortunately, that is not the way it can work. I mean, you can try it. You can do this in our simulator. You can turn all the AI strategies on, turn on the simulator. I'll explain that later, and just see how that would work in auto mode. Our deal, though, is really, this is more of a man and machine. The machine is alerting you. You don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And then how you manage the exits will be on your own, or how you manage the trades will be on your own. Okay? I'd love to be able to say, yeah, just turn it on in auto fashion at the beginning of the day, count your money at the end of the day. I'm sorry, I just can't say that. Unfortunately, can't do that, Art. No. Okay, now I want to talk about this window called Brokerage Plus. So I had a question earlier. It'd be nice to be able to trade from within Trade Ideas. So you can do that. Now, first of all, you have to be using our downloadable application. You can't, if you're using our web-based version, this window that we call Brokerage Plus is not available. This is what the Brokerage Plus window looks like. You can see right there, there's an option. One option is live and one option is simulation or paper trading. So, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a Brokerage Plus link in here. Well, then something's going wrong then, Wayne, because these are the alerts that have happened from the AI so far today. So something is going haywire then. If she hasn't, if you've enabled, you're talking about a name. Now, first of all, the question was, how does Holly decide what to trade? Okay. In a nutshell, and this is all going to kind of change, okay? Holly, if you notice, has something called Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. We were going to get rid of that, okay? So if your question is, what does that all mean? Forget about it, okay? We're going to get rid of all that. We're going to try to make it a lot easier. But we have a bunch of strategies that got optimized overnight, and again, that's going to be tweaked a lot. And so the strategies that kind of made the cut with the right profit factor and win percentage, those are the strategy. That's why you see these. A lot of strategies made the cut. These are all the ones that made the cut. Okay? From those strategies, these are the alerts that have happened. Okay? And there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert would be at 9:35. You notice here, there was the earliest alert, and it was at 9:46. Okay? But the earliest alert would be at 9:35. Doesn't do anything in the pre-market. So if you've enabled all of the strategies and it hasn't taken anything, my guess, and this is why I want you to watch that video. The second video talks about the limit offset. Okay? Because it's possible that I don't know what your limit offset is. Oops. So here's the limit offset. You'd have to check to see what it is. The limit offset, in a nutshell, what this means is, let's just say the AI gave you an alert at $1. But it's very rare, even if you were trying to trade it in auto fashion, it's very rare that you'll get a fill right at $1. The stock may be moving fairly quickly, so maybe it's at $1.02 or $1.03 that you could get the trade. So the limit offset basically says, okay, I'm willing to go a certain amount outside the actual alert price to take the trade. In this case, you see minus 11. That means if it was, I'm just going to use that as an example, if the stock was at $1, you would take that trade right up to $1.11. Okay? So that's what the limit offset is. So Wayne, it's possible that you'd have to check your limit offset. You should watch that second video. Okay? The first video in that Brokerage Plus the first video shows you how you can connect if you have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, how you connect, then you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, you have to have an IB or an E-Trade account. No other broker works with it. The second video is about 26 minutes long, and it goes into a lot of detail and things like that may be the reason, Wayne. That's all I can think of. Are you using it in the simulator? Or are you actually trying to connect to your live account? I'm sorry. So I should never ask two questions at the same time. Are you using it in the simulator? Okay, in sim mode. Okay. Well, again, you'd have to check the limit offset because here, I mean, it's obviously when you go to, when you click on new and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, are you getting this window? Okay, because these are the alerts that have happened. And again, you'd have to check your limit offset. If you're going to stick around till noon, Chris will be in the YouTube room. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, I guess. He's a lot more experienced using Brokerage Plus than I am. But that's the first thing I would do is check your limit offset. But I would watch that video if you've never watched the video, because it answers a lot of questions. Okay, so if it's 5 cents, it's very possible then that, you know, the stocks were moving outside that 5 cents, and that's why I didn't take the trade. Even if you're in auto trade modes, I mean, some things are moving, you know, quickly. So that's the Brokerage Plus. So again, if you have an IB account, E-Trade account, watch the first video. It shows you how you can connect to either one of those accounts. And then the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this Brokerage Plus window. It also, that second video can show you how you can use the Brokerage Plus window in simulation mode, which I really, really recommend. If you're new to trading, don't start trading your real account with live money, real money, until you practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Very simple to do. You just click on an alert. You'll see the symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're new to trading, you'll probably click the buy button. But you can practice shorting by clicking the sell button. Okay, remember, it's in the simulator. Practice, 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 practice. Haven't had a chance to look at my option scanner yet. Let's say you wanted to take this BTCM trade, okay? But you don't want to take it right now. You want to see if it pulls all the way back down to 833. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. 833 in both of these boxes. And click the buy button and a blue line will appear on the chart. So if BTCM comes back down to 833, it'll take the trade. Okay, so you can practice, you know, this is what we call a pullback trade, okay? I mean, I'm saying this is what you should do. I'm just showing you the mechanics of doing it. Now, if you didn't want to do it, you know, at some point maybe you're looking and saying, you know what? You know, an hour ago I really like to do this, but I don't want to do it now. You just go to the orders and you right click and cancel. But let's leave it in. If it happens, it happens. Now, let's talk a little bit about money management. Very important. If you want to, you want to stick around trading, you better have some money management skills. So what do I mean by money management? Let's just see if I can find something. All right, let's just say you wanted to take this SD, okay? Right now. You want to take it right now. What's the spread like? A couple of pennies? Okay. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this. I know people have been in the room forever. Think, oh man, he's going to go through this again. But, you know, bear with me. Just trying to make the math easy here. So I took it at 8.19, okay? I'm going to put a stop in, and my stop is going to be 7.99. It's 20 cents away. Okay, I'm going to explain why. When you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you should have a stop. A stop meaning if the trade starts working against you, you should have a price where you're going to get out of the trade, and then you just move on. Okay? Trading should not be a hope and pray. You know, hope and pray that I took the trade, now I hope and pray that it's going to move higher for me. You know, they're not all going to work. It's okay. You know, you just move on. And what you try to do, though, is have a manageable loss. So you notice here, it says minus $97.50. So if it gets down to $7.99, it'll take me out for, you know, an approximate $100 loss. So again, two concepts right here. One, placing a stop. Now you might say, well, how am I going to know where to place a stop? I don't know anything about trading. Well, that's why you've got to practice, 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 okay? How I place stops, I look at a chart typically, I size up where I think there could be some support, and if it breaks down through that support area, I get out of the trade. Okay, that's how I do it. Others may look at a moving average, say, okay, that's where I want to get out of the trade, that's fine. How you determine your stop will be up to you, and it's only going to come with practice. So, that's the first concept, placing a stop. The second concept is, okay, if it works against me, really, how much am I willing to lose on this trade? If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking a $1,000 account or a trade. So what I've done here is I've basically risking $100 on the trade. How did I arrive at that? Well, if I'm in at 8.19 and my stop is 7.99, that's 20 cents away. Notice I took 500 shares. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm prepared to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. Okay? So again, you don't go in, in my opinion anyway, you shouldn't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion, you should vary the trade size based on the difference between your entry and your stop. And you divide that into how much you're willing to risk per trade. The other thing is, I don't vary how much I risk per trade by much. I mean, within reason. So I'm not going to risk $100. This is in the simulator. I'm not going to risk $100 on one trade, 200 the next, 500 the next. Okay. I try to keep it about the same every single trade. The other thing you don't want to get into is revenge trading. So you lose the first trade, you're down 100. Wow, I better risk 200 the next trade so I can make that back and be up 100. You lose that trade, now you're down 300. Well, I better risk 400 the next trade because I want to make that 300 back I lost, and then I'll be up 100. And you can see where I'm going with this. Just click on the sim, Jorge. You just click on the sim. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available, but it's right underneath Brokerage Plus. You click on the sim, and then I think right here, it'll say account or something like that, and you have to click and make sure you're in simulated trading default, something like that, okay? I could go back, but I think all you have to do is click on this box. But the first step is just to click on the sim, okay? And then you're in simulation. If you don't see this, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Okay, now the third step, obey your stop. Obey your stop. It's hard. It's really hard sometimes to obey your stop. Because when you're trading and you get into something, you think, well, okay, first of all, well, it came from that option scanner, which has been awesome, so this has got to work. Or it's an earnings play, so it's got to work. I'm reading good things. Or the room is, talking about it, and everything seems so darn positive about it. You get into the trade full of optimism, and boom, it starts working against you. And you just don't want to believe it. So you start moving your stop down, okay? And it keeps approaching now your new stop. And you still you're obstinate, stubborn, whatever, your ego gets in the way. So that manageable $100 loss now starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell and kick yourself. So, very important, in my opinion anyway, to obey your stop. You can always get back into the trade, okay? You can always get back into the trade. Maybe the setup was good at the beginning, but maybe you were just premature, and maybe it comes back to that same setup. You can always get back in. So, again, with a simulator, it's easy to obey your stop. You just leave it in here and it'll take you out, right? When you start trading, and if you want to if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use our charts to do this, leaving your stop in. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, that's okay. Your broker will have something very similar. And so you can do it that way. But obeying your stop, if you want to be around in this business, money management is so key. Okay? Okay, to learn about the Holly alerts, in a nutshell, all I can say, I mean, I think there is let me see, there might be a video that goes a little more into it, but it's not going to tell you how to trade them, okay? It's not going to tell you how to trade them. Let me just see if I've got something here. Okay, if you go to the education section, there is a video on the AI, okay, Holly? So if you go to my education section, if you click on my home page, and the tab and click on the link, you'll be brought to just a minute here, you'll be brought to this page here, okay, and education, click here, and then if you scroll down to the educational videos, there is one on the AI, okay? Watch the videos, there is one on the AI. But I'll tell you in a nutshell, okay? All I would do, there's really not anything to learn other than click on new, click on AI/Holly strategy trades window, and wait for the alerts to come in. You know, how you trade them will be up to you. There's not a video that says this is how you trade, okay? It's up to you. You'll have an entry, you'll have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. You know, I would probably always obey my stop. But how you trade them will be up to you. There's really nothing more to it than that. I mean, I know people want to know, well, I get the alert, how do I trade it? That's where, you know, trading experience is going to come in. Okay, there's no easy way to do that, O Canada. You have to take a look at each alert window, right click on it, and go to properties, click on actions, and then you'll see the sound alert, okay? But that's the whole idea of sound alerts, because you put a different sound alert on the different windows. And once you get used, you know, when you hear a sound, you should be able to eventually know exactly which window to look at. You shouldn't have so many alert windows open, though, that you've got multiple sounds going at once that, you know, you get so confused. You know, you don't want to have 10 alert windows open and 10 different sounds. First of all, way too many alert windows. But that's what you have to do. You're going to have to take a look at each alert window one by one. Properties, actions, and then you see the sound right there. Okay? Okay, now Bill, if you wanted exactly this and you're using our docking version, I can give you this, okay? If that's what you're talking about, or anybody else. I mean, look, the layout I'm sharing is very similar. I wouldn't get so hung up, I'm not just talking to you, you know, so hung up that you're not seeing exactly the same symbols, okay? Or the way I've demonstrated it. But if you've got the docking version, this is basic new, okay, monitor lower. So let me just go up here, file, load from cloud. Lower. Okay, here it is. Okay, there is the layout. This is the bottom half. No video. Well, no, there's no videos, but if you click on, so you what do you, okay, I don't know what's happening in the background here. If you click on help and about, okay, oops. Click on help and then here are the channel descriptions. There's no video, but there are the channel descriptions. Okay, here are the channel descriptions. Going to be revamped. We're getting rid of Neo, Grail, and 2.0. it's got to be revamped at a certain point, but okay. All right, guys, give me a moment here. 11:01. I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. I'll be okay. I just have to do a couple of things. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let me make sure I've caught up to all the questions. So James, you asked a question a lot earlier about how to dock the B plus window. Are you still in the room? Okay, so it's a little bit tricky, okay, and I cannot demonstrate it exactly because there is something's happening on my end, but I'm going to explain though what to do. So I'll click on Tools, and then click on Options, and then click on Layouts. And you see where it says Open in Dock Window? Now check that and then save it, okay? Now I'm not going to do this because for some reason it kind of makes this single stock window go crazy on my end. They have not been able to duplicate it. I've had other traders anyway, but if you save it. Now, understand what happens is if you check that, and that's why I don't have it checked. Every time you would open, say, a chart or click or load a new scan, it's going to open in a dock window automatically, and you may not know where it's gone. Okay, if that makes sense? Okay, so that's why I don't want this checked. But in order to get this B plus window open into a dock window, you have to check that. I'm going to cancel out though, okay? Okay? And then you can dock it. And when you do it, I'm not sure, I don't know how many docked windows you've got, but you'll have to find where it went. I just don't know where it goes. If you only have one, then it should be fairly simple to find. Ultimately, what we need to do, of course, is to just be able to, have the same, duplicate into a dock window right here. But I don't know why it's difficult right now to be able to do that, but that obviously has to come down the road. Okay, Nabil, I'll do that too, sure. Yeah, the brokerage plus window, even though it kind of looks the same as the rest of them, it's a different format, and I guess that's the reason. I don't get too involved in the programming, of course, so. All right, what is it called? Main monitor upper. Main monitor upper, okay. Share it. There you go, Nabil. See, there's just this. Okay, just give me a moment here. Here we go. Okay, notice what happened, guys. I allowed this to happen. I got stopped out of the SD. See? Took me out of that trade. Okay? In auto fashion. Now, how I trade is when I have a stop, that is my absolute get out of dodge. I don't want to be in the trade anymore for sure. But if I see the way a stock is trading and it starts approaching my stop and I just don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market is doing this, maybe it's following the market too much, I of course can always get out of my trade earlier than my stop. My stop is the last, that's the last. That's the absolute most I want to lose. I can always, of course, reserve the right to get out earlier to not lose as much if I just don't like the way it's trading. Just a moment, please. Ooh, I'm just looking at the end lock. So wow, so look at Frey, guys. So see, I complete. You know what? If I'm able to pay way more attention, what I would have had this thumbnailed, okay? But look at Frey. This is exactly what. There's that cross. There's that magic cross, okay? And we're saying Frey, and maybe APPH is going to do something similar. But we talk about crosses. Real introduced us to crosses, I don't know how many years ago. But look at this. There's the 8 EMA. That's that orange line. And there's the 20 SMA. That's the blue line. Crossed above. That can signify a potential long alert. Look where the cross was, 991. Look where the price is now, 1130. Okay? And probably see the cross on the 2-minute chart a little bit earlier. Not quite as evident, but it's so, you want to print this chart out. There is a definition of a cross right there that of course worked very well. And the reverse is true. If the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that can signify a short setup. I mean, that's just beautiful. That's like the one yesterday, I guess, with the Vuzi. Now, I've probably missed the boat on the bounce for APPH. That doesn't mean you guys should. All right, there's the cross right there. What's the price? See, I mean, guys, this is, Becca, I know you talk about witchcraft, but look at this. I mean, there's the cross, 766. And it's at 840 now. Will this happen every time? Of course not. Wow. So here are the two that were just disasters. What am I hearing here over and over and over again? This is on the way down. STKL on the way down. Another disaster. Release earnings pre-market. Really no action at all. Look at this. No action at all in the pre-market for this one, STKL. Market opens. No more. No more. A begging cat. So guys, unfortunately, what are we, Wednesday? Next week will not be nearly as dynamic as this week. Why? This week we will have had about 800 companies releasing earnings. Next week it's down to 140. So we'll get some action, but look at my, again, I'm sharing this, but look at all the earnings plays. Just a ton of earnings plays right here. I'm sharing this, earnings plays up, earnings plays down. There are more, but I've got some filters in place, so I don't want to see them all. But in a couple of weeks, you'll probably only see one or two. It's kind of sad. But never fear, earnings season is every 3 months. So we're basically, this is the last big week where all these companies, a lot of companies you've never even heard of, but it doesn't matter. I mean, who cares about Facebook and Apple and Microsoft and Google and Amazon? Yeah, I mean, it's great. That's what all the big guys take a look at with earnings. But man, I mean, you're not going to get huge moves like some of these other ones that release earnings because they're kind of having their day. Today's their day. Look at this. I mean, STKL doing nothing for days and days and days and days. Boom, earnings. There's your day. I mean, it's not what these guys wanted, if they're holding on, hoping earnings were going to be good. All right, Rani, R-A-N-I, R-A-N-I. So this this got halted on the way down now. See, it got halted on the way up. Ooh, man. Oh, man, what a fantastic short. I know some of you must have been in this one. What a fantastic short. Oh, my gosh. There are 24,000 available. I don't know how many were available at Interactive Brokers up in this area, but what a fantastic short. Lego. Okay, so this is still a SPAC. It hasn't merged with anything yet, I guess. It's had quite a run. Your first ever short? Wow. Well, they won't all be that easy, but not easy. I shouldn't say easy, but what a short. Oh, man. And ACY just got halted on the way up. Okay, I will show you. I'll talk about docking a little bit here. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so guys, if you click on from our toolbar and you click on new and you don't see dock channel bar or dock window, I would encourage you to download the latest beta from the website. You don't have to dock, okay, but you'll have access to the dock channel bar, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the docked window, okay? The dock channel bar is the main reason for downloading the latest beta. You know, as I went over earlier, you notice I've got a layout here. If I click on a channel within the channel bar, the dock channel bar, notice my layout remains. Okay, so in the past, you couldn't do this. Well, you could, but you wouldn't. Your layout would be replaced by the layout from within the channel bar. So, you know, if you wanted to kind of surf the channels all day long, just kind of take a look to see what's happening, you know, it was a real pain and most people wouldn't do it. So now you can do that. So that's probably the number one reason for using the latest beta, okay? And again, if you want that latest beta, just click on my homepage tab right here and click on the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see, and just scroll to the top where it says download software. Click on the download software and scroll down until you see the beta. Okay? It's 5.5.22. There's even a lot of you maybe, I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, a lot of you, this is the latest beta. I think it was even put in yesterday afternoon. So that's the latest beta. So that is the main reason, okay? So that you can now go to the channel bar and you can take a look at all the different layouts without having to worry about your layout being replaced. Okay, so now docking in a channel, or sorry, a docking window, like you see what I've got here, okay? All these windows that I've got are docked within a channel that I call, or a dock window that I call dock main monitor upper. You give it a name. This is dock main monitor lower, okay? I've got my charts, my thumbnail charts. They're all together. Now, it's not mandatory to do it. You know, I've done it because I like the look of it, but it's not mandatory to do it. You know, you can keep all your windows free floating if you want. I enjoy the look though, so that's why I do it, but it's certainly not mandatory to do it. But how to do it, I'll show you. Just going to load a couple some windows here. Again, if you're new to this, you don't have to do this. Okay, I call this an advanced topic. I almost wish they wouldn't have released it at the same time as just the docking channel, but they did. But if you want to try it, you can go ahead. But again, not mandatory. Okay, so this is how you start. So you click on New and click on Docked Window, and the big blue box will show up. Give it a name. I'm going to call it Test A. Okay, I'm just going to... my recommendation is start off by calling it Dock something, because you'll see that it's easy then to search for your docked layouts. Okay, if you put Dock in first, then you'll see them all. I'll explain that later. Okay, so I call this Dock Test A. So now you take the windows that you want to put inside. They can be single stock windows, they can be charts, this is a scan. So here's how you do it. Right click, duplicate into Dock Test A. There it is. I want to do the same with Momo. Right click, duplicate into Dock Test A. Okay, and then the last one. Just a minute. Give me a moment here. Now here's where it can get tricky. I'm going to show you why it can get very tricky and you can get confused. I'm going to do the last one, duplicate into Dock Test A. Okay, so I've got 3 tabs up here. Now you can leave them like tabs if you want. If it's something that is not that active, you just want to look at every now and then, you can leave them like tabs. Okay. Most people though want to arrange them so that you can see all the alerts, see all the information. So now here's what you do, and here's where it gets a little bit tricky. So you grab it up here, right in where it's named, and start moving it. Now notice this icon shows up. So the icon has an up and down arrow and a left and right arrow. So I'm going to pick the right arrow, and you see now making this one is to the right of these two. Okay, these are still tabbed. Okay, but if I wanted Momo underneath this one, I just take it and click on that down arrow, and now it's underneath it. If I thought, you know what, I want it underneath this one instead. Okay, so there's some playing around with it. All right, and of course now you have to adjust the column size and do a few things. So there is some playing around with it. I think where people if you click in here, or you click, now you can just click on an alert, of course, but if you click, why isn't that working? They can get into trouble. You see how I've now dragged this? You can kind of get into trouble where you sort of click somewhere else and then it becomes a free-floating window. And you wonder, well, why did that happen? If I release it, that's why it happens. If I release it without using the up, down, left, right arrows, and I release it, then it becomes a free-floating window. Now, it's easy enough to put it back. But that's kind of what can happen, okay? And then the next step, so once you've done that, arrange the windows like you want them, then right-click and save or share to cloud. And notice it says Dock Test A, and then just save it. Okay, and now I'm going to get rid of this. If you want to bring back any one of the docked layouts. You just file, load from cloud, and in the search you type in. That's why I'm saying start off naming them by dock, and here they all are. Now I've got some duplicates here, and you can just quickly find one. So here's my pre-market scans that I actually close down during the day. I close it down, but if I want to bring it back, I just click on it and load it. Okay. So again, I call that a bit of an advanced topic. If you're new and wondering, oh my gosh, I don't know what the heck he did, I don't know how to do it, don't worry about it. The big deal really is the dock channel bar. Okay, and then the ability to go and look at different channels and also maybe extract some windows, some scans that you might want to make part of your layout. Wow. So I see DYAI showed up my option scanner. The price was $4.89. It showed up at 11:01. There, that blue arrow right there is showing you the time on each. Well, here's the candle in the 2-minute chart. Here's the candle on the 5. Here's the candle on the 15. So what did it do? So it popped up, it rested, and then it got all the way up to 550 before it pulled back. So from 489 up to 550, pretty good. All right, thanks a lot for showing up, Real. We'll see you tomorrow, I hope. All right, what is Pet V doing? I saw this in the pre-market, but it had no volume really. Oh, that's right. It's a public offering. It's a price. Okay. All right. Now maybe I can start looking at some alerts. See what's happening. All right, I see Lego is coming off the top a little bit here. The top was around 1120, starting to come off the top a little bit. LEGO. I here see LPT. This is probably an earnings play, right? Or not another earnings play. Man, look at this, guys. So look at this. 1769 is the 200-day moving average. It's right sitting on top of it. CLPT. So, you know, is it going to hold? Is it going to bounce off it? Or is it just going to say, you know, we don't care, and we're just going to continue down? Another earnings play, just straight down. Not straight down, not like the other ones, but from here on, about straight down. CLPT. Another low float, 16 million in the float. Okay, I had a question about the float. So those of you who've been in the room for a while, you know what I'm going to start talking about. My analogy. Okay, I haven't done it this week. So, the float. So you see here that it says 16 million. So that is the available number of shares to be traded, that can be traded. The float is derived from taking the number of shares outstanding, and you start subtracting all the shares that insiders own, mutual funds, etc. Okay. Now this is more relevant to the bigger stocks, you know, the Apples, the Microsofts, etc. Because you know the insiders and mutual funds typically they cannot trade those shares on a daily basis. So that's what we call the float. The float is the supply of stock that can be traded. My What is a low float for me? Anything under 20 million shares for me would be a low float situation. And so the lower that number, the more active and crazy a stock can be, because that's the supply. And then, of course, the amount of trading is the demand. So here's my analogy, guys. Well, that's okay, AM. So how do I determine? So my determination is, for me, anything under 20 million shares. Okay, that's for me. But if a person is somebody who likes to trade Facebook all the time, okay, and Facebook has 2.3 billion shares in the float. For you, if you're a person, I'm not talking you specifically, AM, but if you're a person who likes to trade Facebook and the higher, like these ones with big floats, you might think 100 million is a low float. Okay, so it's all relative. For me, 20 million is a low float. So now how do you determine? Well, we've got the float figure right there. Okay, in the single stock window, or you can add it as a column. Okay, so that's why I always know what the float is. So here's my analogy, guys. The Float by Barry Anderson. Thank you, Bobby S. Imagine you live in a cul-de-sac, a big one. Not outstanding shares, no. Outstanding shares are the total number of shares. The outstanding shares, you subtract what the insiders own. Okay, and mutual funds. You subtract from the number of shares that are outstanding. That gets you the float. So if I had a number here, if I had outstanding shares, it would be bigger, it would be larger than the 2.3. All right, you live in a cul-de-sac. It's a big one, okay? 100 homes are in your cul-de-sac. It's a big cul-de-sac, as was pointed out to me. And you want to sell your home. And you're the only one that wants to sell your home out of the 100 in your cul-de-sac. So you list your home for $500,000. For whatever reason, maybe there's some inside knowledge that cul-de-sac is going to be destroyed and multiple high-rises are going to be put up, and this is leaked information or something. So but nobody else in your cul-de-sac knows this. But you've got your home listed for $500,000, and all of a sudden you get 10, 20 offers. Okay, well, what starts to happen? Of course, a bidding war. So you listed it for $500,000, but the first person offers you $550, and then somebody comes along and offers you $600, and you just sit back and wait as your home gets kept bidding higher and higher for whatever reason. Okay, so the one home is the float, and high demand is the number of people that want your home for whatever reason. Okay, so again, look at the float. What's one of the low float ones? Give me a low floater, guys, so I can put that in there. Okay, I mean, this is an example, 19 million in the float. Facebook is never going to go up 30%. Okay, never. I said never, but I mean, rarely is it going to go up 30%. But that float, look how many have traded right now, 38 million. So this is what we call trading the float. This has traded the float a little over 2 times. The float has 19 million, it's traded 38 million. So there's a lot of action. Why? Well, it's an earnings play. That's the reason. So low supply, high demand. Your one home has 10 buyers, 20 buyers looking at it. Your one home is the supply, and you've got high demand. Okay? So that's why something can go up 29 or 30% or 100%. We see the ones that are moving 100 or 200% in a day. Now, the reverse is true, though. If all of a sudden, the demand dries up, and that's what happens, the demand dries up all of a sudden. Imagine now you're in your cul-de-sac and you want to sell your home for $500,000, but your neighbor wants to sell it for $500,000 also. So you both listed for 500. But there's only one guy coming in that wants to buy, and they put a bid in at 450. So your neighbor drops to 450. Well, but you're desperate to sell, so you drop yours to 425. That one buyer just sits back and watch you guys fall all over yourselves, dropping your bid or dropping your asking price. That's kind of what happens when all of a sudden, the buying dries up. Okay, and now you're sitting up here, sitting at 540, thinking, all right, look at all this buying that's coming in, and all of a sudden it dries up. You start dropping your price, and you still can't get a fill. You keep dropping. So, I mean, that's the danger, of course, the reverse. So again, the float is so important because it can really determine, the action on what could happen in a stock. Yeah, another one from the option scanner. I mean, I just can't pay enough attention, but 868 was the alert. There was the alert. It pulled back. So, I mean, again, you could have got in, relatively close at 838. It popped up to 897. That's awesome. I mean, from 868, I mean, it's not, I thought it was 838, but I mean, 868 to $9 is still pretty good. Then you watch it come back down, and then you can always get back in. Okay, I mean, this is a watch list, okay, really. It's not a matter of I must take the trade right here. I must. I don't mean you don't have to, or you shouldn't, but I'm just saying, this is more like a watch list too. So, I mean, the BTCM, it went up, it came back down to this price, and then look at it now. I mean, from 868, it got right back up to 917. I mean, these are awesome percentage moves. It's why I concentrate typically on the stocks under $20. You guys have been talking about Wix, W-I-X. Wow. Now, I know Zach usually concentrates on the ones under $20 too. It doesn't mean that's exclusive. Look at this. All right, guys, so it is getting close to noon, so I'm going to put the YouTube link in because I will take a break at around noon. And then you can head over to YouTube between 12 and 1. I'll be back in the main room at 12:40, but if you want to hang around in the YouTube room till 1, because Chris will take over for me. And again, if you've got a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, I think he has E-Trade. I can't, or even IB. If you've got, a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, then ask him. He is a way more of an expert than I am on using Brokerage Plus. Okay. Yeah, we don't talk about share size nor how much we make, and there are very few rules in the room, but that's one of them. We just don't talk about share size. Everybody's account is different, so it doesn't really matter how many shares I trade or how much. I'm certainly not going to talk about how much I make or lose. Another nice one. Oh, boy, you can see why. I mean, it's really. Oops, it didn't show up the symbol. Here we go. Well, ACY is not shortable for me now, Interactive Brokers. I don't know if it was before, but you can kind of see why, guys. I mean, you start getting into these situations where a stock goes parabolic and it's over the 5 minute on the Bollinger Band. It's above the 5 minute line right there, the upper. You know, these things, I mean, it's all about, you know, you can look it up. It's all about what we call mean reversion. You know, a stock typically will revert to what's called the mean. You know, I mean, it's not going to, it cannot be, well, typically will not be parabolic forever. So the trend is to revert to the mean. Oh, don't worry about that, James. That's okay. I mean, it's been asked before, and it'll be asked again. So, I mean, if you're willing to take a look at something a little, I don't typically trade anything over $20 from the AI. And you'll notice I don't think there's not one that's under $20 from the AI. So I usually just disregard it. You know, that's the way I look at it. It doesn't mean that's how you have to look at it. But obviously, you know, if you're willing to trade some of these more expensive ones, the UPST, there was the alert. There was the alert at 168.11. And it's down to 162.61. So that's about 3%. And boy, this looks like it could just really continue down, doesn't it? This at one point was an all-time high. I'm sorry, it was not. There's the all-time high up here at 193. All right, take a look at IC, guys. Is IC over 10 again? There was a challenging 10. Nah. One day, one day, this may break through 10 and just keep going. I mean, it's got no resistance really over 10. I mean, look at there. I mean, it's 94%. Position in lifetime range. This is the lifetime range high right up here at 1021. You know, it's almost there, but it just does not want to break out through 10. And stay over 10, I should say. All these times that it broke over 10, you know, it closed underneath 10 every single time. 1, 2, 3 weeks. All right, guys. Wow, not very many questions. Don't be shy. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts just to see whether or not anything is looking a little bit interesting on that. All right, guys, I think my headset just died. I've got to switch sets. Okay, back. I don't have AROG, okay, but what I would do is if you send that, because I don't trade like that, so I have no, but I know some of the other traders at Trade Ideas, and in fact, if you go to the YouTube room, Chris, who's going to be there in about 13 minutes, he may have something, okay, like that, but otherwise you can just send that to info@trade-ideas.com, and you know, we have other traders at Trade Ideas, and they, I believe, might have a setup that looks kind of like that. Okay. Michael will not be in the room today, though. Okay. It'll be Chris, but he might have something. No, Eugene, no, you don't have to have your layout docked. Okay. In order to open up a new layout. No, as long as, you know, I actually have, there's one window that I have is free floating. Okay. So if you have, if all your windows are still free floating, you don't have to worry that they're going to disappear if you go to the dock channel bar and open something up. Okay. You don't have to have your layout docked. Remember, the main reason for this new build is the ability to do this, okay? To open a layout within the channel bar and not have your layout disappear. Your layout does not have to be docked though. Okay? Sure, okay. First of all, have you ever downloaded anything from the cloud? Have you ever used the cloud at all? Nick Tem. Okay. Well then, it's pretty simple then. All you have to do is go to my, can you find my homepage tab? I do it this way because I don't have to keep, if you can't find it, fine, just let me know. But can you see my homepage tab right there? Yes, no? So you trying to find it, okay? Yeah, I don't know why some people just, I don't know why it's hard to find. Because I don't see what you see. I mean, I see, you know, off topic, swing trading, tech support, subscriptions, my homepage. And this is what I see. So it's always obvious to me, but I do get it that it may not be obvious for some reason. Okay, if you can't find it, I'll just put the link in. It's just easier for me to direct people there as opposed to my doing this all day, but that's okay. Okay, so there is my home page. Okay, there's the link. If you could have found the homepage tab, there's the link right in there. Okay, but anyway, here's the link. So you click on my link. Okay, just give me a moment. I want to shut down all these tabs up here. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. And this is the scan section. So you click here, and this is the one that I'm talking about, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? You say you know how to do it, so you know, you just click on the link, of course, and it'll appear in a tab. highlight the tab or highlight the link, copy it, Control C, copy it, and file, load from cloud, and then there it is. It should be there. If it's for some reason this box is blank, you have to paste it in. Otherwise, then you just load it. When you load it, it just showed up on my other monitor right there. Okay? So did that work for you? You're gonna be taking my break pretty soon. I just want to make sure it worked for you. Okay, good. All right, guys. I think Zev, I can't remember if Zev had an upgrade this morning. I don't think it had an upgrade. I think it's just really talked about a stock that is, of course, I had the day yesterday. The big pop yesterday. I mean, remember this was $6, got up to 12. So there's, and this is not. I mean, this is not a crazy low float. I mean, 31 million. It's still low, but it's not crazy low. But it was in the right sector. You know, EVs were really hot yesterday. I don't know. I don't really know. I haven't really seen too many EV plays today, so I don't know if they're that hot today. Well, Vi, if you're a conspiracy theorist, they're putting an up. They're putting an upgrade on so that they can get their clients out, and then they'll let it fall. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't really examine it that closely. You know, it's interesting. The ARCT. You know, this one is interesting because I mean, Goldman's put a very aggressive price target of 29. They've downgraded the heck out of this after its big day yesterday, and they put a price target of 29. Are they going to be right? Who knows? And you're also talking. Are you talking long term they plummet, or you're just talking the day of? But I haven't examined it that closely. Okay, so you just right click. Okay, right click on the alert window or topless window, whatever it is, right click. Okay, save or share to cloud. And then click on save and share. And then once you've done that, I think I might say copy. Okay, then just say okay. I'm not going to do it. Just say okay. Now it's copied. And then you just paste it in, Control V it in. So you just paste it in, Control V, and then that string will appear here. Okay? See if that worked for you? So again. So whoever asked for a bull flag strategy, Apprentice is going to put one that he's got. You can take a look at that. Which is the beautiful thing. First of all, I mean, it's so great. You know, it's easy to share links. Of course, I can share my links, and of course, in the channel bar, all sorts of links. But you know, we've got traders in here who are very accommodating sometimes and sharing their links. Okay, Okay, maybe there was an up. I didn't see it in briefing.com, the upgrade. Were you able to do it, apprentice? Okay. Did you paste it somewhere? I don't see it pasted anywhere, that's all. I don't see the link. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. See how demanding customers can be? All right, guys. Oh, I think Chris might be wanting to start right now. All right, guys. I think Chris is going to be showing up pretty soon in the YouTube room. Again, if you have some Brokerage Plus questions, store it up. He's your man. Okay, so I will put the link in. Okay, I think he's in now. I'm going to put the link in for the YouTube room. Okay, you want to head over there as I take my break. Just give me a moment here. Just got to find the link. Okay, so again, there's the link. Chris will be in the room between 12 and 1. You can pester him, not pester him, you can ask him all sorts of nice questions about Brokerage Plus and other things, of course, too. He may have a bull flag also. All right. Okay, Chris, I am going to stop the stream for me in YouTube right now.
Alrighty, looks like you all have eyes on my screen here. For anybody not familiar with me, I'm Chris Varley. I'm filling in for Steve Gomez today. Alright, sorry I had a hiccup on the stream there for a second, but it looks like everybody's still with me. So fire away with questions, everybody. Don't come with any pre-made content here for you. So I'm here for you, your questions. Hopefully I have the answers. Alright, good, back on. Okay. Stats Edge. In the privacy of my own home, we might just run none of those. We'll keep it PG-13. Trying to give me a hard time here. David, how are you? Hi, Grant, how are you? Zev, I took a quick ride in that one here. Love the pattern going on. fractal there on two different time frames. But as we can see, right across the board. 12 on the nose. Yes, what a crew we are. We like to try to have fun when we can. So again, pile on the questions, everybody. That's what we're here for. If not, take a tour around Holly. What did she do today? Looks like, she's pretty wobbly earlier in the day. So conservative. She got knocked out a bunch here on some things. Profit saves and whatnot. Moderate hanging in there. So it looks like more of a quote unquote risk on kind of day. All you have is a toolbar. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Okay, I think I know what you mean by that. And I'm going to find you a video that is going to help you right now. Take a quick look at that video, Grant, and see if that does not solve your problem. Ugh. I don't want to look at this. Alright, yay. The beauty of doing live streams and things like this, I mean, people never give Barry enough credit for what he does. Trading while managing the YouTube stream and the other side of the trading room stream at the same time is just incredible to me. I took this trade and I decided to jump out of it because I didn't want to try to manage this type of trade while I was trying to do a live stream with you guys. I don't really day trade much, but I've been doing it a little more lately with Barry's option scanner and having some decent success with it actually. So if it's not a scanner you have up and you're trying to find something that might work for you, it's a pretty solid scanner. Of course, there's no substitute if you don't have a trading plan, if you don't have a reason to get in the trade, you don't have a stop loss set, target set, things of those natures. You have best scanner on the planet and you'll have zero success. So just keep those things in mind. Let's see, Holly's alerting a few new things here. Net, what do we got going on, Holly? If I only had a time machine. Another stock that always reinforces why longer term trades are where the real money is. It was something I traded back in here and here, and then it goes on to do that. Hindsight being 2020 always. Hindsight trading is the best trading. Let's see, we got Kevin, what's your product unit for? Compare count windows. What do you like about it? Well, so I have these compare count windows broken up. They're actually from Jamie Hodge, and they're broken up into market cap. So you have under 2 billion, and you have 2 to 4 billions in here, and 5 billion in here. So I like to watch what's going on. If you'd looked earlier, I'm not without even I've never even looked at an IWM chart today, and I would imagine that it was early. It was ugly early on the IWM. So let's pull it up because that compare count window was not looking too healthy earlier in the day. And what do you know? Without even looking at that chart, I knew what it was going to look like because of these compare count windows. So been the same kind of theme all day. And now as we move back into something a little more balanced as far as that goes, we can see here this big fall off on that window throughout the day here, and same thing with the SPY. So the SPY started up in that window earlier in the day. Now I don't have the snapshots of them from earlier in the day, but these two here with the larger caps, they were maintaining more around 50%, and we can see here during that time that the SPY, while it was wobbly, it was held that gap. We've gone down, filled today's gap. We've touched and filled the gap, and we'll see what happens now as we start to pull up again. So, and I'll continue to watch these throughout the day, so we can also see, this pull up that it's made. We'll see if we can get a pull up on any of these as well. So it's a way for me to really kind of monitor what the market is doing without monitoring what the market is doing and jumping around charts. So that's why I use that. It also gives me a good snapshot in the first 15, 20 minutes of what the big boys are doing with those percentages, and if we're going to be biased to hold trades that I may or may not be in, kind of help, always have a trading plan. My trading plan for myself adjusts according daily to what some of these windows are going to be doing. My big thing is never letting winners turn into losers. So something I might be holding 2, 3, 4 days already, I may or may not be up in it. Could be wobbling around. I don't want to hand back much of those profits. So I might take something off the table depending on what share size I had originally taken. Got 5, 6, 7, 800 shares of something. Looks like it's kind of wobbly. When I've been up in it, pulling out half, third, something like that. All kind of depends. Part of it's a feel thing for me. Yeah, I figured as much WWC that was for me. That question. So that's. I hope that answers your question there, WWC, on what I do with the compare count windows. Again, keep the questions coming. Keep them coming. ZV. Part of what I trade, I try to keep my charts pretty simple. So I've got a 20 SMA and 8 EMA here. Beautiful off that cross right there. You'd say the same thing off that 5-minute cross right there. No, we don't have an alert for it. So before anybody asks, just kind of, follow it with my eyes. Fire away the questions. Fire away the questions. The range filters. I'm not sure what you mean by utilize them, but uh, you know, like everything else, I always hammer the fact that this is all data interpretation. So, I happen to like a 20-day range filter for some of the evening scanning that I do to see stuff breaking out of that 20-day range. So I'm going to pull up what I call my evening scan. One of them, anyways. And in the scan, I use a position and 20-day range filter. Very, very simple scan. Nothing magical or special about this. You can see right here, not much going on in those filters. We come to the filter list. I'm looking for stuff that's breaking out of a 75% above the low of the 20-day range, and so that's how I use it. I don't want to see stuff that's sitting in no man land. If it's on the edge of no man land, possibly breaking out, that's like anybody else. That's where I'm trying to find it. So again, let's take a look at some of the stuff that's popping up here in the scan. Now, these things may or may not make the cut later tonight on the scan, as this is going to keep moving, and I don't look at the scan till after the market closes. But let's take AGen for a second here. Let's bring it up. And, so we can see here on this daily chart that I have, this black line, whoops. This black line here, that's a low of the 20-day range. So I like to use that to kind of help guide me on things that are kind of, we could call it taking the steps up in this 20-day range. And we can see here, made a new 20-day high here and then fell apart and came down here and touched that. So, is it building a base there? Building a base off that to build a base off that. And that's how I use the 20-day range, part of how I use that 20-day range. When this stock was, sitting down here off of those, there's a lot of resistance there. Once it got over that resistance into the gap, you can see it start to make these moves. So, again, data interpretation. What one person sees on a scan is not necessarily what another person sees on a scan. I shared this scan with someone, I don't know, months ago or whatever. They're more of a day trader, and they said they didn't understand how I could use it for swing trading. They saw it as a day trading scan, and so that's kind of how that goes. And for those that want it, I will share that scan. I see questions coming in. I will get right to those as well. So, and again, before I came in to take over the stream, Barry was talking about, one of the beautiful things about Trade Ideas is that we can share all this stuff. I mean, going to be obviously users that have worked hard. They're not going to want to give up their scans. Who knows how many man hours, women hours that they put into them. Um, Building, back testing, optimizing, all that things like that. And I won't blame anybody for not wanting to give those away. But overall, it's a pretty solid community for things like that. So let's see where it's catch up on questions. Utilizing range. What setting? Speak tickers as they are alerted. Text to speech doesn't seem to be working for me. Perhaps you can demonstrate. Yeah, so Steven, you got to be on the app. You can't be on the web version. The pathing through the actual text to speech or speech to text, whatever it's called, is through Windows itself. What you do is you will right click, come to Properties, Actions, make sure Play Sound is checked, come to Sound Setup, and text to speech, and you'll select that and press OK, and that'll do that. I don't want it. I don't really use much sound in Trade Ideas. I use actually one window. I literally just assigned sound today. I don't need sound. I don't care for it. Um, so hopefully that gets you there, Steven. And if you're not on a Windows machine or Windows app, if you're on a Mac, your option then becomes use a virtual machine like Parallels or Amazon Workstation to be able to load up and download the app. That's how that goes. What else do we got here? Is that Weight Watchers? I don't even know anymore. Yep, Weight Watchers. Ouch. That is ugly. We are not long health in this country, apparently. Yeah, Steven, it should just be real simple. As long as it's an alert window or an M window. You can't do it with the T window or topless. You got it. Right click, Properties, Actions. Alright, that's where it'll be. Is it configured? Each strategy Holly uses customizable for your own Holly version? No. Holly's a black box. We'll give you the descriptions of what the strategies are looking for if you want that. We're not giving the filters away. Those are all proprietary. Um, so you have access to nearly everything Holly has. What you don't have access to is the technology that we use to do the thousands and thousands of simulations and back tests every single day on her 60 or so base strategies. But you have every filter that she has. You have all the abilities to create any customs that I'm not sure if there's any custom filters in her, but you have all the abilities for all that stuff. So like I said, you have everything that we have to create Holly, essentially. What you don't have is the ability to do thousands of simulations in a day, but as fast as your finger can click is as many simulations as you can do. It really just takes one window. If you can come up with that one window and continuously optimize and backtest it, just like Holly does with all her strategies, that's all you really need. And I can circle back if you have more questions or more specific questions there on that, Lou. James, if you can answer without giving true advice, what do you use as a stop? I use multiple things as a stop, James. I mean, I could talk about it. I'm not going to, I'll never tell you what to do, or anything like that. But I use a few different things depending on the time frame of my trade, how liquid the stock is, or how fast it's trading, time and sales, things like that. I like to look at through IB's data. I do use IB to trade. So depending, I use three different things. I use a position in the 20-day range on the daily chart here. I use the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, and it's some combination of those three in general that I use. Each trade varies. There's no I don't have a hard cut. This stock gets this stock gets that. It depends on the charting pattern. So let's see. I'll find something for you here that I might be able to give a good example of if I was to get into a trade. And that's ugly. That's a chase. We'll go. This is one of my favorite stocks to trade. I've been trading it since probably December of last year. Um, do, 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 do. So let's see. If I were to take a position in this, which I considered this morning, but I did not because, like I said, this compare count window of that sub 2 billion, and we look at that market cap, or sorry, the sub 2 billion and 2 to 4 billion, and we look at the market cap, that's 2.7 billion. So I didn't take it, almost took it there. That would have been fun. If I were to get into this, for example, I'd be using this position 20-day range. We could see it's a pretty established base right there, and anything that breaks below that, that's got a long ways to go after that. Down to here would be what I visualize as the next support line. It's below the moving averages that I look at right now. I still do like the stock very much, even though it's a bio, which you got to be super careful with bios because and go either way. You could, wake up standing on third base for a home run the next day, or you could wake up with your position cut in less than half, with a bio the next day. So a lot of people have hard and fast rules about trading bios. I do and I don't. I'm aware of the risk, so be aware of the risk. But just using this as an example, this line that's here, I drew that. God knows how long ago I drew that. So that's been there for a long time, and it now coordinates more or less. And when we're drawing these lines, support and resistance, there's no exact to the penny. A lot of it's a ballpark figure. You see a lot of times, if you guys aren't following, for example, JC Peretz on Twitter at All Star Charts, he does a lot of these charts where show something at peaked above resistance and pulled back, and he'll give a circle and write like a whoopsies there or something like that. Like it gave a poked its head above it, but it wasn't there to establish. It didn't break it and hold that base, and then made a roll back over. He shows a lot of those things like that on charts. Is where I get a little bit of my or where I learned a little bit of my chart reading from. So Twitter, a great tool. You follow the right people. Always give a shout out to JC. Really good chart work. Hopefully you're all still with me, as I just lost market data connection from IB. But that's how I would use it. That's how I'd use an example there of using the 20-day range. Hopefully I'm not talking to myself. All right, I think you're still with me. I've been having internet connection issues all day, and I keep getting text messages from my provider, so just making sure we're all still with me. All right, so that's what I do there, James. Hopefully that helps you a little bit. How can you delete a trend line on a chart? Sven, you delete a trend line on a chart by going to that trend line, clicking on it, and pressing delete. So I'm just going to give you an example right here. I clicked on it, delete, goodbye, and again, right click, mark up. Horizontal line, and get it back in the ballpark where I had it. There you have it, sports fans. Just get rid of that drawing on there. Mike Smith, does auto trading on Holly strategies continue to work if I don't have IB running? No, because IB is the broker. We don't execute it. We send the order to IB. So if we can't connect to IB, IB can't get the order. IB can't execute the order. So you need to have trade ideas and IB up. Make sure your computer's not going to sleep. And I cannot stress this enough, and I know people don't want to hear this, and I don't care. This is the way it works. Automation is not press play, walk away, go play a round of golf, come back and count your money. If that is what you are looking for, this is the wrong product for you. I highly doubt that product exists, because if it did, there is nobody on this planet that's going to share it. They're going to be using it for themselves. It goes back to, if it's too good to be true, it is. And we would never market trading automation like that. I'm sure Barry has said things like this. I know Brad in the Q&A on Wednesdays, if you've ever attended our 5 o'clock webinars Eastern time, he says this. There should be someone watching it. I'm not saying you can't get up and go to the bathroom. I'm not saying if you need to take a step outside away from the desk or anything like that. But if you plan to set automation and then run to the bank, go food shopping, have lunch, and things like that. Be prepared for the consequences. That's all there is to it. There should be someone there at all times. That's just whether it's my opinion or fact or anything like that. We'll leave that aside. That's automation to me. So you got to be there. That's all. Do I have a link to this JC? Let's see. Let's look up JC on Twitter. At JC Pretz. Copy and there's some things that I'm going to take a harsh stance on, especially with automated trading and things like that, because the bottom line is this is not a video game. It's not anybody's right to trade stocks. It's not any of those things. It's serious. It's hard. It took me a little over 2 years to even start becoming semi-profitable in trading, and it took me another year and a half to actually trade where I could pay my bills. So you're talking nearly 4 years, and I studied nonstop. I would come home from my day job at that time. I would stay up all night, constantly going over charts, patterns, going back over alerts that I ran through the day, why something looked like it worked, why it failed. And back then, TI had half the tools that it has now. There was no simulator. There was none of this Q&A support or any of these other things. The trading room was crude, not even close to anything what we have now. So anybody that's joined within the last, I'll say, 18 months have it way better than what earlier users of TI Trade Ideas had. So anyways, that's JC's link. Hi, sorry, there are no dumb questions. Blue Sky, I'll just start right there whatsoever. But things here don't seem very intuitive. I can't even figure out how to change a ticker symbol in charts. So Blue Sky, simply click on the chart, start typing, and that's how you'll change it. So I don't know if it was still a little hang up in the 5.5 version with the docking. Sometimes charts, they wouldn't allow you to just click right on it. You had to change the time frame on it. I believe that was worked out in the last beta publish, but I'm on a different build than any of you guys are too. So just double check that. But you just click on it and that's it. And just start typing, and you get whatever chart you want. So the other thing too is Blue Sky. Email us. Ask the questions here. That's what this is for. Come to the live support chat on our homepage. If you go to the homepage on the bottom right side from 9 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the live support using that orange questions answer bubble. Hit us there. 90% of the time you're going to find me actually answering those questions for you there. Email us, info@trade-ideas.com. A lot of ways to get at us. Basically 24/7. I'm up late answering emails generally. For anybody that hasn't had interaction yet, we have, Stephanie is unbelievable in support. She's real early in the mornings, somewhere around 4 o'clock Eastern. 4 a.m. Eastern time, she's in there answering. Usually I'm joining her sometime, shortly after 5-ish in the morning or so Eastern too. So there's a lot of support, especially via the info@trade-ideas.com. So Blue Sky, make sure you're getting us, give us time. Might take a moment to get you, but generally speaking, we have a video on almost everything. Stephanie's been working super, super hard on a user guide. Parts of it are ready. She's been handing it out, especially when it pertains to Holly. Really good stuff. But like anything else, it's like opening a textbook. You got to read it, you got to do it, but it's there. We're constantly putting updated videos, updated content out there for you. Absolutely. Just while I got it running, just make sure that I'm caught up on all these questions here. Got JC. Yeah, super important to run things in simulator, and I'm gonna go over. I'll go over something that'll help you specifically, Michael, and maybe anybody else that's looking at automation and simulation and things like that in a second. What my 2 cents is on how it should be done. Of course, everybody, you take what anybody teaches you and add your own to it. So, how do we get a copy of the user guide? Blue Sky, you can send an email into at ideas.com and say, hey, I understand you're working on a user guide. Is there any parts of it that are available for me to take a look at now? Anything like that. Send an email there. I have videos that I've done myself that are also pretty loaded up with uh, all kinds of content, basically. So, and hindsight being 2020 in my favor. Sorry, just can't help but look at quarterback old trades. So, and that fell apart from what came right back down to where my entry was essentially on it. So, eh, you know, half the trade was break even, half the trade was profit, and that's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles on that. So take the profits when they're there, especially if you're newer into any of this stuff. Don't wait. I suggest learn. The two best things you can do first in trading is learn to lose small and learn to win small. Uh, you can't learn if you can't do those two things, you'll constantly be losing big. Bum, 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 bum. Use a guide. I'm very interested in anything you have to show us on automation. All right, so give you my 2 cents here on automation. So the first thing you do is obviously you take an alert window and you're gonna create what you want for that strategy and you're gonna back test it and you're gonna optimize it. I'm not gonna go overly into details on that at the moment, but we're gonna load from cloud. And we're going to look at, let's see, we're going to load up the scan here. So this was something that I was working on as an automated swing scan. I just got discouraged with it and I kind of backed out of automation again. I've done some automation. I've had some success, some failures with it. It seems like every time I go to automation, the market has like a decent pullback for what we can consider relative decent for now. Other than COVID, there really hasn't been any market pullbacks in the last few years. 2018 of December would be closest. But anyways, my point being is that you're going to create a window. You're going to back test it, all right? And when you get it back tested, and we're just going to back test this for fun, see what it looks like right now. This is the settings when I last was testing it. When you back test it and get it optimized to the point that you think you want to start going with it in simulated trading, simulated automation, you're going to then load that in to Brokerage Plus. So I just want to back test it for fun just to see what we look like here. I'm going to bring over my Brokerage Plus. All right, so as that loads, what you're going to do is you're going to come to the Strategies tab here. All right, and you can see I just have the general stuff that's loaded in there, and I have some list that I was testing here, not proprietary, but whatever. It was just something I was back testing to see if it had any automation abilities. I gave up on it a long time ago. You're going to right click and you're going to go load from cloud. And that scan that you've created, you should have saved in the cloud. You're going to load it from the cloud, all right, into your Brokerage Plus Strategies tab. So again, you got a Brokerage Plus window here. You're going to come to the Strategies tab. You're going to right click, load from cloud, and that's going to give you your list of whatever you have in the cloud. That scan should be there, whatever it is, all right? Once you get it loaded from the cloud into here, you're going to right click and you're going to edit this trading strategy, all right? Several tabs up here. The first thing you're going to have to do is come to the Accounts tab and you point it at the account that you want it at. Sorry, I got a call coming in here. You're going to point it at the tab or the account that you want it at. In this case, we will be going for simulated. I'm not going to open this because it's going to reveal my IB account, I believe, even though I'm in privacy mode. I don't want to take that risk here, having my account number up in a live stream. All right, once you have it loaded in there, you're going to come here, and some of what you did in the back testing will most likely be loaded into this already, but not all of it. So you're going to want to make sure that you have whatever back testing parameters that you were using, your entry time, your exit time, loaded. You'll then want to look at these tabs here, these check marks. So you have, send the order for symbol once most per day. Send it so let's say that you have a holding in something, but one of your strategies is actually trading it. So you don't want it to mess with that position already. That's what this comes in, so that you're not loading it, so you're not trading it when you already have a position that you don't want messed with. You can also tell the strategy stop trading after X amount, or you can tell it to stop sending or stop filling after X amount of trades through that strategy. Leave the customer out alone. You're not smarter than the market, so just leave that alone. You come to order detail and you're going to decide, how am I share sizing? Am I doing it by exact share numbers? Am I doing it by a fixed dollar amount? Am I doing it based on stop loss? All right. Once you have that figured out, you're going to make that risk value, whether you're trading by shares or not. When you are in the simulation, do it like you would do it in the real world. That's how it should be done. So if your strategy is risk $100 per trade, simulate it as $100 per trade. If it is to buy 100 shares per trade, set it at buy 100 shares per trade. Now you're going to come to the risk management, make sure that you have this set up here, whether you're doing stop loss in dollar or percent. Filters starts to get a little complicated. We're very limited in the sense of filters that can be used, and it's not so much our limitations as IB's limitations. It has to obey market mechanics. So for example, you can't use an SMA for your stop loss in automation because IB can't consistently calculate what that SMA is changing. So it has to be a hard dollar or percent number at that moment when the bracket order goes out to fill. What I mean by bracket order goes out to fill is when you get a fill in automation, there are two other orders sent with that fill order to exit your strategy, your stop and your target. Also possibly a time stop if you have one of those two. So that bracket order has to obey market mechanics. Again, I'm not going to dive too far down that, and at the end of this I'm going to share a video that goes over a lot of what I'm doing. Hold time, again, if that's something that you're using instead of these hard stop metrics here, if you prefer. Press OK, and that's going to be the end of that there. From here, you can see in this strat column on, these two will always be on their placeholders for manual trades. Everything else is off. I'm going to right click and you're going to go to enable strategy. So we can see strategy disabled. Click to enable. We would enable that. And now we're going to run it in the simulator. And we're going to run it for X amount of time till we decide we're comfortable with it simulating. It looks good in the simulator. Now we're ready to take it to the next step of live. And what we have to understand are there are things that could never ever be simulated. You cannot simulate spread. You cannot simulate your actual fills. You cannot simulate the liquidity, how fast the stock's moving, the time and sales, things of this nature. In a simulator, what your stop is, it's going to hit it. You're going to get that stop every time. What your target is, you're going to hit it. You're going to get it every time. That is not true in the real world, and there's not a thing you can do about that. That is on market makers. You could have a stop loss set for $2, and the price could jump to $1.80 real easy, and you're going to get a fill somewhere in between that $1.80 and $2, and that's just the way it works. And you cannot simulate these things. So that is why there are times you can see in a simulator, oh, the strategy was, returning all this stuff and it was so great and wonderful. And then I put it on and it's, doing half of what it did. It's just the way it works. That's how it goes. You can't simulate time and sales. You can't simulate spread. You can't simulate liquidity. So once you get to that point, though, that you think you want to go live with a strategy, your next step should have nothing to do with making money with this strategy. It should be simply to see if it works live and if it's going to fall apart live. And what I mean by that is we're going to come back to the edit when we're ready, and we're going to go to the accounts, and we're going to switch it from the simulated account to our live account. And when we come to that order details, we are now going to adjust it from what we wanted to do in the real world to what we wanted to do to protect ourselves and see if it works. My suggestion to you, you do whatever you want, is do fixed shares somewhere in between 1 and 10 shares, let's say. This way, if it does not work in live trading, you are not going to blow up your account. You run it like that for a few days. If it looks like it's successful, and by successful, I don't mean you're making money. I just mean that the order fills look good, and that if you were taking it with real share sizing for what you want the strategy to do, it looks like it would be a profitable strategy. You determine what the length of time it is, 1 day, 5 days, 10 days that you want to run it like that. Then you begin to slowly increase that. So let's say if you started at 1 share, bring it up to 5, then bring it up to 10, then bring it up to 20. Or if you're using it based on how much you're risking per trade, the same concept. If you're basing it on stop loss, you start your stop loss, you're risking $10 per trade, and you move it up to $20 per trade, and so on and so forth. As it looks like it's working, continue to up that risk. And that's my 2 cents on how to go from automation simulated to automation live. Um, it's a crawl before you walk, before you run, before you sprint, before you hit the marathon. I'll also part with this on this, and then please throw the questions in there. Automation is hard. Trading is hard. Trading is really hard. Automation is much harder than regular trading because there are things that start to get out of your control once you've set it live. What I mean by out of your control is, it's entering on its own. It's going to enter these trades on their own. And are you comfortable? Can you sit there and watch it? Can you let the strategy that you created and looks good run on its own without you interfering? Very often, you find that, or I find that a lot of people get in, they start automating, and then all of a sudden they start manually trading their positions that they automated, not realizing that there are bracket orders sitting there. So they enter a trade automatically, they flatten it manually, and then all of a sudden the price hits the target or the stop, and they have a short position. They don't understand why, and surely because of market mechanics, you had a sell order sitting there. You already sold what you had, so now, according to the way market mechanics work with that order sitting in IB, you're just telling them to short that zero position order that you had sitting out there. And, these are the little things that, really could blow someone's account up, and why it matters. Simulated trading in automation, let alone in manual trading, to get a hang of these types of market mechanics that you don't want to learn with your real account. You thought had to trade a minimum? No, you can buy one share. You can set it as long as it follows market mechanics. That's it. Obviously, if you have it set to, you have it set in some way that market mechanics dictate that you can't get into it. For example, you want to buy $100 worth of a share or $100 worth of a stock, and it's a $200 stock. Well, you can't do that. That it doesn't work that way. Not IB, anyways. You can't buy fractions of a share like that. So that's how that goes with that. I hope this is making sense. I hope it's of some value for you guys here. That I'm not boring anybody to death with any of this. Get rid of all this stuff here. Move that out of the way. And start firing away more questions if you guys have them. And okay, yeah, one other thing that I'm gonna do here for you all. Let me see. I'm gonna drop a video in that kind of goes over what I just did. A little shorter. Copy link address. That more or less goes over what I just went over with you guys. So you can check that out. Keep your expectations realistic. That's one of the things I like to say. While we're on this back testing window here, something I want to point out that a lot of people look at this equity curve and say, "Oh man, look at that! That was so great," and then falls apart. 1 or 2 days could make your equity curve look like that or that. And the rest of the days could be flat or anything in between. So while an equity curve could look really great and that's so awesome and all that, what you really want to look at when you're backtesting is this daily. And we can see this is horrible on a daily. Look at all these down days like that versus these up days like that. That's not good. So that backtests very poorly. And that's what you want to look at there. Of course, we can always come to the optimization tab and start running through this. And I can tell you this scan here, I probably spent a solid 100 hours working on it before I said that's enough. I'm done. I had enough. So, I mean, I'm gonna guess. I saw you mention Michael videos. The TI University 101 through 401. I know 301 and 401 start to go over some in-depth back testing stuff. Um, there's a lot to go over in it. Run this again real quick here. Um, Back testing is a rabbit hole you could go down literally forever. Um, I would highly recommend to any of you, if you're not subscribed to Michael Noss's channel and you're really interested in backtesting and automation, you should be subscribed to Michael Noss's channel. I know he changed it. It was like Bonpar before, and now it's Stats Edge or something like that. He's your go-to on that stuff. He's my go-to when I've got a back testing question or an automated question. Um, so there's that. A lot of optimizations you can do in here. You start with pricing here, and you can change the intervals for the back testing. Time of day, again, you can change the interval, so it's defaulted at 30 right there. I could change it to a 5 minute and enter 5, press enter, and here we go. Now we've broken it down to 5 minute intervals, so on and so forth. Um, you know, then we can come to the other filters, and literally every single filter that we have is in this drop down menu. You can pull it up and you can see how it does statistically with it. And again, you can change these intervals, so on and so forth, to start to cut fat out of those trades, and keep it manageable. Share a link on his channel. Let's see here. Stats Edge, copy, link address. And that is Mr. Michael Noss's channel. I mean, if you don't want to subscribe, all the same, I highly recommend checking it out. It's pretty important. Continue to fire away those questions. Got about 15 minutes before Barry comes in and steals the live stream back from me. Sorry, I'm following a chat here that's going on. Always seems to be whenever someone's having an issue, it's a unique bug to them and them alone. Thousands and thousands of users, nobody reporting it. And when one person reports something that's going awry from them, it's hard for us to pinpoint what's going on when we can't duplicate what's going on. So I was just trying to catch up on a chat there. Well, you can back test any strategy like you can back test it as long as it's an alert window. You can back test it and begin the optimization process. Just no T windows on the back testing. Has to have an alert and or event, and that's the difference between alert windows, A windows, and T windows. The alert, the event, new high, new low, check mark, things like that. Messages show exit attempts, but it never entered. I'm not sure for what reason would Holly be enabled and track trades but not actually trade anything on the sim account in Brokerage Plus. Do you have the account selected on Brokerage Plus, Wayne? So like when you're here, there's a few spots you gotta get Holly going. So you come to the Holly tab and it's a right click and edit long or edit short. When you edit long, it edits all the long strategies. When you edit short, it edits all the short strategies. You can turn individual strategies on or off, but you cannot edit individual strategies. And then you got to go to the account, make sure in the account that you have it pointed at the account, and every day you have to do this Holly. You cannot save the settings of Holly because she comes with different strategies every day. We never know what she's going to come with. So you have to, the trade mode, stop loss, or how you're position sizing, the account, All this stuff here has to be done every day. So you set it there. That's one. And then, make sure you're connected here too. There'll be an account to select from here as well. Actually, that more pertains to the manual, but on the Holly side, you have to select the account in there. What's that question above? Sorry, Blue Sky. What was the question above? All these settings, Holly trading account. I know it's running Holly and Sim that's already decided. So maybe I just touched on it there, Blue Sky, about Holly. I think what you're asking is how to set Holly. So you come to the tab, right click, edit long, edit short. You come in here and everything is pretty straightforward there. You make your selections. Am I trading moderate? Am I trading conservative? Am I trading based on a stop loss, share size, fixed dollars? Am I a limit? Am I a market? If I'm a limit, what's my delta? What's my offset? So on and so forth. And then, all right, are all these settings needed in order to letting Holly trade your account? Yeah, we have default set on just about everything, Blue Sky, but you go in there and just like I'm showing you now, right click and edit, and in here Blue Sky is where you'll set it each and every day. You set all the long, all the short trading instructions, and then you enable the strategies. You can, click, drag, highlight them all, and, enable 13. I have 13 selected, or you can click, one by one, enable selected strategy, so on and so forth. And that's how that runs. I think that should get you there, Blue Sky. I've got what part confuses you, Michael? And then for the alert window, I can't seem to filter it to find the breakout 1 minute volume stocks. My first question is, can you put a 1 minute volume share amount rather than percentage amount? Yes, you can, Lev. However, that requires a custom formula. We do have the data point for it, so let me see if I can actually do this without giving away sensitive account information of my own. And I don't do too much on customs. I know some very, very basic stuff. So, all right, what sorry, this is just a tough one because I have account information on my page that I can't share live. Do me a favor, Lev. Go ahead and send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, I'm looking for some information on custom formulas so that I could have shares per minute traded. And that should get you to me or the other Chris that I work with. He's more custom proficient. But I mean, to give you a rundown, essentially what you do is if you're on the home page and you go to log in at the top of the home page, that's going to bring you to the account management page, and on the right side of that page you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff under account. You'll look for custom formulas, and that's where you're going to want to give a look. There's a video, actually, a really good video that might actually help you and get you there. I'm not, everybody's got different levels of their ability to understand some of this stuff. Like I said, I got some of it, not all of it. I don't do too much on customs. I don't need them, so I don't play with it too much. But watch this video. Anybody that's interested in customs, watch that video, and then that's the email to hit us at. So that'll do that with that, and we can get you that there. Let's see. Blue Sky, yes, change the instructions before you enable it. Absolutely change the instructions before you enable it. And then the rest, Lev, as far as your question goes, finding these breakouts, it starts to become, there's no magic scanner. There's no scanner that's going to get everything that breaks out before it breaks out and not give you a bunch of crappy stocks too. It just doesn't exist. What I will say is that, you can narrow down some quality, and, you're going to have to play with things like that. So, when you come to the configure and you're searching volume, you're going to look at what we have here, obviously, in the smaller time frames you're talking about. So this is 1 minute volume percentage, which is taking what the average percent of 1 minute volume is over a 10-day span. And if we had that in, I'm guessing I probably have it in here. No. And we add that filter to this here. By simply putting 100 in the minimum means that we're at what it does normal over 1 minute over 10 days. If you put it at 1,000, that's 10 times. If you had 2,000, that's 20 times its normal, so on and so forth. 500 is 5 times, and that's how that works. And you got to play with these values a little bit, see what you're getting, what it's returning. Too high, too low. Alerting me too soon, alerting me too late. And like I said, there's no magic one that's gonna 10 out of 15 are going to be winners or anything like that. It's just kind of how it goes. But you can certainly nail down some quality stuff by doing that. It's just when it comes to breakout scanners and things like that, and you're looking at high volumes, a lot of head fakes, and it's hard to shake those head fakes, especially with just looking at volume. And when you get into those lower float stocks and so on and so forth, you got God knows how many trading rooms out there, and these guys are, they love to pump stuff even if it's just a few cents for their own room. And unfortunately, a lot of bag holders on the other end of those things getting caught in those head fakes. So I kind of hope that helps with that. You could do all the Holly changes, Wayne, in the pre-market, but also let me stress for you, do not leave trade ideas running all night long. You don't ever like to shut down your computer? Fine. When you're done trading and you're going to go to bed at the end of the night, turn trade ideas off. And when you wake up the next morning, turn it back on. Nobody stays up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so there's no excuse not to do it. The reason for it is we do a lot of work server side. We pull all this data in raw. The FactSet and Nexus, who we get most of our data from, they don't send us position in 20-day range. They don't send us 1 minute volume. We pull in the raw data, and then we have algos and proprietary mathematical schemes that put this data back out to you in all these different forms. So we do tons of stuff server side with all this raw data that comes in to push it back out to you, especially when it comes to Holly, and especially when it comes to the simulator. When you do not reset your connection each day, meaning you break the connection from Trade Ideas and reconnect, some of that data can get blocked or missing. So you might see all of a sudden Holly's alerting and you haven't restarted Trade Ideas in 2 or 3 days, and it's like all of the strategies that are long are alerting short, and it doesn't make any sense, and so on and so forth. And next thing you know, you're blaming us for something that went on when it was simply data from our server side couldn't come back into you from not resetting the connection. So there's no other way around it. Shut Trade Ideas down every day and restart it every day. And that's that. But yes, if let's say just use Eastern times for argument's sake, and you go to bed at 11 o'clock Eastern every night, shut it down. You wake up at 4 o'clock Eastern every day, start it back up, you're good to go. And right at 4 o'clock in the morning, go right ahead and do what you're doing. Set it all up. Set your trading instructions for Holly. Let's see, 12:56, so we're coming to the end here, so get them in before Barry comes back in. Sorry, again, I'm silent as I'm catching up on some issues here. And I had a unique issue yesterday. I was stuck with someone that they could not create alert windows, and they had changed a directory file, did not tell us that they did so, after I was with them for hours in a remote and did not give us this information, withheld it, and then complained that they couldn't get this to work. And so we just had to go through all their support files, all their directory files to figure out what they did without wanting to tell us, and voila. So, if you guys ever have something going wrong with this, give us all the information. It's hard for us to troubleshoot when anybody withholds things from us. Just a prime example of, we had 5 different people working one situation since yesterday at 3 o'clock, with me stuck actually in a physical remote for that with them for over 2.5 hours. And if they had simply told me what they had done, we'd probably fixed it in about 5 minutes. And instead it took, almost 24 hours to fix it because they didn't want to tell us that they had played with the directory files. What data does Trade Ideas get from IB? None. As far as I know, I don't believe we get any. That's why you have to have a live data package from IB for Brokerage Plus. Basically, all of our data comes from FactSet, and Nexus. What else? Yeah. Well, first off, I have time and sales from IB up. I watch time and sales, especially if I'm going to make any day trades. So I look at this. Let me show you my time and sales window real quick. So I have this up right here. This is giving me time and sales. Anything I click, it's going to hide behind whatchamacallit windows there. Let me get rid of this for a second so I can leave this up here. So anything I click, because I have external link going on here with that, it's going to bring up the time and sales for everything that I'm watching, or anything that I click on here. And I watch these time and sales so I can see the spread. I can see how liquid we're looking here, how fast we're moving on the stocks. And so this is data that I pay IB for every month. I don't know, $10 a month or something like that. On top of that, in order for this here to work with Brokerage Plus, let me get this back out of the way. For this to update this position here and this stock here, I need live data from IB. Otherwise, the data from IB is delayed, and therefore this data will be delayed. And nothing in Brokerage Plus will work correctly with delayed data. It doesn't know the last price. It doesn't know the current price. It doesn't know the spread. It doesn't know anything in real time without that. So that's what I mean by live data. So for whatever reason, it said, I got it in my ear, the little English guy that speaks with IB says, market data connection lost, market data connection reestablished. And like I said, I had internet issues all day, so I wasn't sure if it was that or if it was, just IB once in a while. It says it drops the data. I don't know why. And when you ask them, they'll lie to you and tell you that, oh, your data didn't drop because IB, their customer service is equal to the worst on the planet. Can a person limit the number of total trades Holly will take per day? No, you can't. Blue sky. The only way you could limit it is by turning off the strategy at some point, or if you run out of funds to trade, and then the trades will get rejected. There's no way to limit the amount of trading Holly does any other way than that currently. It's a trade-off with IB for us. This API data thing, for us to make these direct links, if it was easy, we'd be linking to everybody. First, we have to approach these huge companies, and we're a tiny company. We're about 35 of us. We need to approach these huge companies and first get them to even open up their API for us to look at their data or bring their data to our side. So that's step one. Step two is then getting their API data to come in and function with what we do. So for anybody that's, E-Trade or been waiting on us to get TD Ameritrade going, IB is the first one that opened up for us. It took us years to get anybody to even talk to us after we got IB to do it. And IB's data is actually pretty decent on their API side. There's not a whole lot of work that we had to construct to build in. E-Trade and TD Ameritrade, however, are total garbage. Their API does not work. It's delayed, it's faulty, it's inaccurate. They do not care. When they finally did open up to us and we said, hey, you guys got all kinds of API data issues, they said, hey, we don't care, your problem. We opened it up, you figure it out. And so we've had to hire contractors, dev contractors and constructors to create these links. And this stuff is not easy. That's all there is to it. Nope, I don't think TD Ameritrade will be anytime soon. Their API is absolutely horrible. I was the main beta tester for it. It was just terrible. That's all there was to it. I couldn't execute trades properly. They executed at the wrong price, or they executed, didn't tell me they executed. Wouldn't update my position properly, ever. It was just so beyond flawed. We built a whole lot. We spent months and months and months and months working on it. And, every time we found a fix, there's something else that was wrong with it. So E-Trade was a little easier for us to work on. And so, we're going to hammer away E-Trade till we get every single piece of E-Trade out of beta, because E-Trade remains in a public beta. Once we get E-Trade out of a public beta, we will then go to TD Ameritrade, I believe, since we the furthest along on that than anything else. Actually, I won't say furthest along. It's the only other thing that we've worked on. We've opened up talks with Fidelity, Alpaca, a few other people, but again, they're just talks. And like I said, getting them to even open the door to us is a challenge in on its own. Stage, I am learning strategies, but knowing what to look for next for an alert is what I need to learn for style trading. Trading plan, Michael. You got to have a trading plan. Why you get in, why you get out, how you share size. Nobody can give you that. I will tell you this. Part of what I got for my trading plan was I journaled every single trade I made for at least my first year trading. Everyone. After the trade was over, what I traded, how many shares I bought, what time I bought, how I bought, when I bought, so on and so forth. And
you guys on YouTube, I don't know if you can hear me also. I don't think Chris has left. I don't know if you guys can hear us at the same time. Boy, this Aider, look at this, guys. I mean, this is just, what a disaster. I mean, some of these IPOs have just been absolutely disastrous. I don't know what they do. Consumer products, China, I'm sorry, well, founded, no, it's not a China company. But man, oh man. I don't know who's behind this one. All right, guys. Well, again, one thing I don't do is trade out of boredom. So I'm not going to manufacture a trade just because I'm not in anything right now. I'm just going to let it come to me. If nothing comes, well, that's it. I don't have to trade. You haven't made a trade. Was it yesterday, William? You hadn't made a trade in a couple of hours or an hour and a half or something? You know what? I'm going to load it. I don't even know if it's working. So let me just see if I can even load the darn thing. Because it wasn't working the last time I tried it. So let's just see. What's the date today? The 11th? Okay. So... all right, maybe it is working now, so I'll load it tomorrow and see what happens. All right, let me take a look at this one. CWBR was a cross. Remember, we don't have any. It was a cross on the 2-minute chart. 174 at 10 o'clock. No, back this up a little bit. Nah, it's going to get crazy. I'm going to have to wait for another one to come in. I'll let you know. I'll let you know what happens if we do get a cross. Right now, the only thing we can get a cross on are the 2-minute charts. So I'll let you know if we get one. The limitation right now still is the inability to really customize it. You know, so until we can customize it, it's sort of hit or miss. I also can't put a sound alert on it, so I can't put a sound alert on it. So unless I stare at it, I'm not going to know when I get one. I'll let you know. I'll for sure. The last one was CWBR at 10:02. And only on a 2-minute chart, right? It's only on a 2-minute chart. Wow, on the way down is CLLS, another ugly, ugly looking weekly chart. Look at this. I mean, just, I mean, the market's at an all-time high, yes, but, it's really, when you look at it, it's a basket of stocks which are doing it. You could ask him, Vicky. I have no idea. I know you've been wanting it, but it's not a matter of not. It might be server overload. I have no idea, Vicky. They don't think it's worth it. I really don't know. I can't tell you. Info at Trade High coming from the customer, way more powerful than coming from me. All right, now what you might want to do, see, I've got this bouncers toppers. I have it up and running. I don't really look at it that much, but if I'm going to look at it at all, so I look at this bouncers toppers, and this is what I'm talking about right here, the bouncers toppers. So in green, in theory, because green for me is always potentially going long, orange, yellow, red, potentially going short, okay? So when I click on HAL as an example, okay, and that's one of the scans I'm sharing. So you see where I got the alert right there. So now it's starting to move down, but more importantly, is there a cross that's going to form? Okay? You see how that 8 EMA is crossing down to the 20 SMA. Now I'm going to tell you right off the bat, it's not going to show up on that cross scanner because the relative volume is not high enough, as an example. But so for instance, what I would do because we don't get an alert on the cross, okay? Not a real-time alert, but you can kind of see where it could happen. You can see that 80 MA, there's the 20 SMA. If it does cross, so you could put an alert right around that area. Yeah, this is back at 10 o'clock, William. Is there a way to prevent a stock from ever showing up again? Yes. Now it depends on the alert window, but right click, properties, don't repeat symbol ever. Okay? So if you have an alert window but you could put that in every alert window that you want, or if you just got a couple, okay, then you really don't want to see a stock ever again. So again, click on the alert window, right click, properties, don't repeat. This is a drop down menu. This is the typical, usually, usually it's unchecked, but here are the time frames, 1, 5, 15, 30 minutes, an hour. I put most of mine for a day, but if you never want to see it, just check the don't repeat ever, okay? I don't know what that means. I don't know what, James, I don't know what that means. Let's look at TS, another one that showed up on the bouncers toppers. Now look, there was the alert, but all it's doing in the bouncers toppers, it's showing you a stock that is moving higher with the correct number of candles, consecutive candles. I guess it's on a 5-minute chart. Doesn't mean it's going to turn. It's now starting to alert you that, okay, here's a situation where it's moving higher. Now you can start watching. Now obviously it did not turn anywhere close to this one. Doesn't mean it's going to turn. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. So if I break out the strategy, let's break out the toppers. So this is what it's looking for. So this is kind of the key. It has to have 5 candles in a row on the 5-minute chart, up. The RSI is high. It's got to be above the VWAP, okay? Minimum volume, here's my price range. So if a stock meets a new high, and that's why we get that alert, a new high. Now you start watching and saying, okay, will it start, is it starting to turn? Or I get an alert on a 5-minute low. So that's what it's looking for. And of course, the bouncers is just the reverse. Has to be down 5 minutes or 5 candles in a row on a 5-minute. Has to be below the VWAP. This will be 22 for the RSI. It has to be no more than 22. And then of course I get an alert on a new low or a new 5-minute high. I almost feel like I should change that new high and just make it a new 5-minute. A 5-minute low, which means that it is moving down at least. Again, these are shareable from my watch list. Just give me a moment, please. CLPT, let's take a look. CLPT. Yeah, right at 18. Yeah, look at the 5-minute chart. CLPT. There's the 8 AMA crossing above the 20 SMA. And that cross would have occurred at approximately $18. So, it's tacked on some since then. Well, we have a post-market channel, so you can take a look at that. Okay, if you click on new and then our channel bar, if you're in the doc, if you have this version where the option, if you're using our beta, then if you click on the doc channel bar, and then one of the channels is after hours, okay? So you can start watching this after 4 o'clock. Once the market closes, this is our post-market channel. Obviously, nothing appearing here until the market closes. Is that what you mean? Yeah, listen, that's a great, you found it right there. That's a great run for Moxie. So I have a feeling, I don't use anything different after. I don't use anything different. You can start to see some of the basic new highs pop in again, stocks that were really active in the early morning, and then they just rest and then they make a new high. So I don't use anything differently. I don't put in other words, I don't have a scan design for the afternoon. That's what I really mean to say. So again, don't listen to me. I obviously did not. There's some reason for this, and I keep looking to see whether or not I could, if I had a headline saying that the Reddit has got a hold of this one right now. So this LITB is starting to move, I think. Yes, LITB is starting to move. Light in the box. And why is it moving? Let's see. Not an earnings play. Big day. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Why? Look, didn't do anything in the pre-market. Market opened though, and it's had a great day. This is the first time I've seen it. All right. It may see. This is the problem. I'm getting too many alerts in here. Should have to tighten the filters up so I don't get too many, because they can get lost. Like a really good one can get lost. All right, I'll answer Ernesto. I'll answer your question. What I might do, tell me if this helps you, okay, Ernesto? I'm going to give you a video. Tell me if this helps you. I think this is probably going to help you. It's a video that was done. I don't think it's very long. Okay, creating a doc. Okay. I should probably hand that out more than demonstrating. But if it's still confusing to you after watching, I'll demonstrate. Okay. See, the problem I got with HAL is this relative volume. I mean, it's not trading very actively. But you see what I did? I mean, listen, it could start to fall. I mean, there's no question it could start to fall. I put the alert, and guess what? I mean, that is in essence right where the cross was. You can kind of estimate where the cross is going to be just by looking at the 8 EMA and the 20 and kind of giving a bit of an estimate of where it might cross. And yeah, that's where it crossed. Now, the problem is it's not really trading that abnormally, and it's got a huge float. So I mean, is it, how dynamic is it going to be? I look also here, 2053. This could, I think there's pretty good support not that far away, 2036. So, it's just not, even though, I've got that alert set there, I just don't think it's going to be that dynamic. All right, so Moxie is now showing up on that scan too, the toppers. So at this point, I mean, this is trading fairly dynamically. It's a low float. It's trading double, twice as much as normal up to this point of the day. So now this is going to be is going to be more difficult to predict where a cross would happen if it happens, because look, the 8 EMA is rising, as is the 20 SMA. So this is still strong, until we start to see a turn, especially in the 8 EMA, this is still relatively strong. And it's just at the top of it's just a little bit above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. So Ernesto, when you watch the video, let me know if that video helped, okay? Please, if you don't mind. So here's another way to look at like playing potential tops, okay? One of the reasons I have a 2-minute chart up and running, I never used to have a 2-minute chart. The lowest time frame was 5. I remember asking Real a long time ago though about, well, okay, how like first of all, there's no exact science, but how to play these tops. When would be a good time to maybe really taking a look at thinking it is turned. So if it breaks down below that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart, that might be a sign that it's going to turn, as an example. Okay? And then, look at it, and look at the 8 EMA. It's flattening out, and it's going to turn down. And if that 20 SMA catches up, now that would be the very conservative approach. I mean, Zach's approach is, yes, that with it, I'm shorting it now. Okay? So the conservative approach is to wait for the little break. You won't get, if this continued down, yeah, sure, it would have been awesome to get it up here. But, this is more the conservative approach, to maybe let it break the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. Blue Sky, hopefully, just looking at your question in our YouTube room, that was answered for you, right? Because the answer is yes, you can, of course, keep all your settings. Now, look at the 15-minute cross for APPH. Catch this. Look at this one. Yeah, it's hard to see. Yeah, my other chart, it's a lot easier to see. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm looking at the wrong symbol. Look at the cross here for FULC on the 15-minute chart. Look at that cross. Okay? These crosses are very powerful. So look at that. I mean, there's the ADMA. It doesn't matter the time frame. I mean, look at that AMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. I'm sure you would have seen it earlier on a 2 and a 5, but this is just supreme confirmation right there. 21.26, and what did it get down to? 18 something. Well, you can have so here are the SMAs we've got, okay? So you can have the 8, 10, 20, 50, and 200. And you can have them all above, you know, if you put change from, as an example, in the percent, add the filter, you can just put like 0 point, you know, you want to make sure it's above, you know, just put some really low number. If you want to make sure it's 1% above all of them, then you'd put 1%, 1 in here. Okay, it makes sense? So if you want them all above all those moving averages, you would just put a positive number in the min box. And we don't have the, so, but this is what we have, 8, 10, 20, 50, and 200. So we don't have the 100. Okay? So you would add those filters, all of them, put positive number, and then, you know, whatever other filters you want, your volume, your price range, whatever else you wanted. Okay, I was right here. This is maybe showing a little. See, look at APPH. Look at the cross, guys, right there. You see that ADMA, that orange line crossing above the 20 SMA for APPH right there at around 823. It's at 854 now, and if it takes this out right here, I mean, it's gonna have a good little run. So for you to watch the cross, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have a real-time alert. A lot of it is going to be, you know, almost fluke. You load a chart, you can see whether a cross is imminent or not. But what you can do is on our charts, you can add the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Now, if you wanted my chart, you know, I could give you my 2-minute chart as an example, and it's got, there's the volume. I've got the Bollinger Bands, and I've got the crosses, or I've got the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. So I could give you this chart as an example, and then all you have, if you want the different time frames, you just duplicate the chart and then change the time frame. Does that make sense? Oh, Ernesto. Okay, yeah. That's that'll do it. Yeah, you have to be on our the latest beta. Yes. I see. Okay. And then, you know, in theory, what you could do is you could just have a basket of stocks that you want to follow all day. You know, a basket of stocks that are very active, you know, high relative volume, maybe only 10 of them. And, you know, thumbnail them. And then, you know, watch the crosses. Watch to see if you're getting close to a cross or not. If that makes sense. If that'll really, I mean, the crosses are pretty powerful. I mean, there's no question. I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But, you know, here's the cross right there. You know, on the 5-minute chart. APPH crossed at 765. Look where it got to. I mean, that's a tremendous run. The 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, either on the upside or the downside. And it doesn't matter the time frame. The higher the time frame, the more confirmation, but you're going to give up some, because obviously AP right here, there's a cross on the 5-minute chart. I'll guarantee it crossed earlier. There it crossed right there on the 2-minute chart. But look, it wasn't as the confirmation wasn't as good because it crossed down. So here's the cross up here, or right there on the 5-minute chart. If you just wanted to wait for 5-minute crosses for a little more confirmation that maybe the trend will continue, that's not the worst thing you could do. And again, I can either give you this, when I say you, anybody, give you this chart with the crosses already in, my volume, the Bollinger Bands. Then and then for you, all you have to do then is just duplicate the chart a few times, change the time frames, if that's what you want to do. No, it's the 8 EMA, orange line, the 20 SMA, blue line. So it's either the crossover or the cross below. Cross below, 8 EMA crossing below, can set up a short opportunity. 8 EMA crossing above, like right there, you can set up a long opportunity. Okay, Paul, I want you to, if you don't mind, watch the video, okay? Creating a doc, Paul, and let me know if that helped. Okay? Now, you have to be on our beta. So first of all, when you click on new, do you have the option for dock channel bar and docked window? Okay, you're not on the beta. So you have to go to the home page and download the beta. Well, I don't use MACD, so I can't comment on that. I can't comment on MACD. I've never used MACD. It might be virtually the same. I don't know. I'm only doing this because Real does it. Okay, he turned us onto this. I don't know how many months or years ago. Okay, and if I could pay a little more attention to these, it's something that I'm pretty sure you can make a decent living if you could find the crosses and trade them. Now, what he also says, he's not here. I think the ideal cross situation is when if they're both moving. So how can I explain that better? You want them both moving higher, you want the 8 EMA moving higher and you want the 20 SMA moving lower on the cross, okay? So not just flat. So this might not be the ideal cross, as an example. The ideal cross. But when you look at this cross, see how the 20 SMA was moving higher and the 8 EMA was moving lower. Had this cross happened here where it's flattened out, it's probably not as powerful. Okay? So that cross right there at 21.19 was super powerful probably. And that's crossing down, so that's setting up a short. Well, not in the same direction, one moving higher and one moving lower. What you don't want are sort of flattened though. So again, this is moving higher, that 20 SMA was moving higher, the 8 EMA was moving lower. Again, as opposed to if the cross, you see how it's flattening out now? What if that cross had happened here, it probably would not be as powerful. Well, you'd have to just pull up a 15-minute chart for FULC and take a look at around 1150, 1130. Look at 1130, okay, for FULC on a 15-minute chart, and then you can make it as big as you want. Or I could do it right now. Watch. Okay? Should be able to see this now. Here's a big 15-minute chart. See how that 8 EMA is moving down? See how the 20 SMA is moving higher? And there's the cross right there at 2109 or 2114 or so. Right there. Can you guys see that? Okay, it's actually an orange line, but that's the 8 EMA. And then the blue line is a 20. Listen, again, I'm offering if you want the indicators that I'm using, okay, including the volume, here's the Bollinger Band right there, the brown line, there's the 8 EMA, there's the 8 EMA, that's the orange line, and this is the 20 SMA, that's the blue line. I can give you this, okay? So you could take this, and then you just start duplicating it, and then changing the time frames. Okay, you just start changing the time frames, so you could duplicate it as many times as you want. So you could have a 2 and a 5 and a 15, a 30, whatever. So you don't have to. So I can do that. Okay, so if I duplicate this, okay, so I've duplicated it. Now all I have to do is change it. Now you guys you just change the time frame. Okay, so what I've got all those indicators. I don't have to do it every single time frame. Just do it for one time frame where you want have one chart with all the indicators that you think you want in all the charts. Doesn't matter the time frame. I'll put this into the YouTube room too, in case anybody wants that. And then you just keep duplicating it. And just keep changing the time frame. Okay, I mean, that's all I did. That's all I did. There's no hotkey. No, there's not a hotkey. You left click on the chart so Trade Ideas knows you're in this chart. And then you control key, keep it pressed down on your keyboard, and then you can use the scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. So there's not a hotkey. Now it will be interesting as we get a little more advanced here in our charts. What day is it? We're talking Wednesday. I may have a bill tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to ask Brad right now. because we're revamping our charts completely. So it's possible there'll be another way to zoom in and out, but actually, no, it's not zooming though. Yeah, because if I just click on the chart and just use my scroll wheel, but that's just bringing me back. It's not zooming as such. To zoom, yeah, you've got to you have to have the control. Mr. HODL, let's see, is this it? Yes. Okay, there's the link. Good. Yeah, well, it just saves you. I mean, that's assuming you want the indicators that I've got, of course. Well, guys, again, I have not had too many new alerts. So this is, this would be the way. I might even try it tomorrow. Just maybe take a basket of stocks and try to keep track of crosses. Difficult, I mean, if that's what you want to do, it requires the concentration to do it. I mean, here's another one. These are on my thumbnail charts. Probably hard to see, but look at the cross right there. Now, this is a more flat cross, though it worked. I'd have to actually ask Real tomorrow when he comes into the room if it just one of them has to be moving high, like moving upward or downward, and if the other one is kind of flat, it doesn't matter. I don't know, but there's a cross right there. I know it's hard to see. Let's take a look at it. I'll put a big chart up. Where are you? There you are. All right, so you see this cross right there? Now that was kind of moving down. So there's the, it all depends on the size of your chart a little bit too. But you can definitely see that is this one is definitely moving higher here. And that's the 80 MA crossing above the 20 SMA at $18.90. And look what it did afterwards. Oh, I see. I've got the VWAP on here. I don't want the VWAP. What line, Ija? It's the 80 MA crossing the 20 SMA. Is that what you mean? So again, guys, this could be a good exercise for, especially if you're kind of new and you're kind of seeing, the concept of these crosses. Maybe just to take a look at the 10 most active charts. Pick a price range, and well, the 10 most active, and that could be based on relative volume. Okay, and the 10, and just thumbnail 10 charts. Pick a time frame, maybe pick a 5-minute time frame, and watch to see the crosses, either up or down. Where did I get? These are just trade ideas. This is just a trade ideas chart. These are just indicators. If you want, my setup with the Bollinger Bands, the crosses, my volume, I've already shared my 2-minute. I can do it again. I don't have to do it this way. So this is just an example. This is my 2-minute chart. No. It's not ADMA. Maybe I wasn't clear. We're talking about a moving average cross. The 8 EMA. I think you thought I said ADMA. The 8 EMA. Okay. Crossing the 20 SMA. Well, Real is the one. I mean, he's pretty set on the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, so I can't comment any further on that. No, Aja, no. How do you grab it? So there's the link right here, Maximum Investing. So the chart is right above. Okay? You know how to do this in terms of the cloud and all? You just click on the link. It'll show, well, I'll do it. You click on the link and it shows up in a new tab. You just highlight it and then you copy it. So now it's copied. And then File, Load from Cloud, and the link will appear here, okay? If I put them side by side, you notice that string ends in CE4A, ends in CE4A, so that's the same if you've copied it correctly. And then you just load. And it's loaded on my other monitor. There it is. No, I have never met anybody in this trading room over the last 5 years. Yeah, there are two moving averages, the exponential and the simple, okay? So when I say EMA, that's the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. In fact, we've never even talked on the phone. Madness. What is Moderna doing? Whoa. Wow. A big drop. Well, the charts are being revamped, so I think they're going to be more in line with the other, like the true charting program. So probably no guarantee, and I can't tell you when. Wow. Oh, I see. Looking at new possible side effects of the mRNA. Wow. How's Pfizer doing? Because it's the same technology, isn't it? See, that's how oblivious I was to all of this. All I knew was that Pfizer had made an all-time high right up here yesterday. This is probably a bigger tumble because I don't think, whoops, the spread or the float. Oh no, actually Moderna's. Yeah. So they're all about the same in terms of the percentage drop. Well, here's the line in the sand for Moderna right now. I mean, 340, 348. Look at this daily chart right there. From a technical point of view, but fundamentally, I mean, depending on, how extensive this news is, from a technical point of view, 346 or so could hold it. But from a fundamental point of view, if the news keeps getting more damaging, the technicals are going to be worth nothing. It might be interesting just to look at the option scanner and tracking the crosses. Because you don't get too many. Do I post the downgrade list every morning? Yeah, I post the upgrade and downgrade list every morning. Yeah, no, they don't all move like that. Was Moderna? I don't even know if Moderna was on the list. Was it on the list? But I mean, Higher was on the list, of course, and I keep waiting to see if this ARCT is going to just have a massive drop. It really hasn't. I mean, it's had a look. It's down 10%, but Goldman's put a $29 price target on it. Well, it's James. It's a matter of then here are the ones from the option play today. Okay, So what I would do is I would just have thumbnail charts of these, maybe on a 5 minute or whatever time frame, and then you can watch them all day long and just check. I'm not saying take the cross the minute you get it. I would want to first of all get comfortable with the whole concept of what you're looking for, but you have a finite number usually every day. It's not like we have a lot. So if I were watching Zev, for instance, okay, so I can see right now, there was a cross there at 1065, 5 minute. I mean, look what it did afterwards, 1213. I mean, my goodness. But it also had a cross down at 1124. Look at it now, 1052. You see what I'm saying? So, get used to recognizing the crosses. And you don't have to, I wouldn't just say, oh, there's a cross, I better take this along right now. I would watch for a few days anyway. But does that make sense? Here's DYAI. I mean, you may not get crosses all day long. See how this one crossed up and down, up and down, up and down, kind of. But you see how this wasn't really. This really wasn't moving higher or lower. These averages. I mean, at that point. So really, nothing happened here on these crosses. Let's see if BTCM had a cross. So it did have a cross here at 870, and it got down to 8 as an example. There's the cross. I mean, maybe it's hard for you to see, and I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. No. There's no filter. No. I'm just saying you can set up thumbnail charts. Put a 5-minute, put them on 5 minutes, and just kind of watch them all day. And then you're not jumping around from alert to alert to alert to alert. You have a finite number of stocks to watch, and just track it to see, this is really interesting. Or maybe it's not going to be. Maybe tomorrow all the crosses that happen have no follow through whatsoever. I mean, it's not guaranteed. See, no crosses here. I'm looking at the 2, I'm looking at the 5, I'm looking at the 15, no crosses. See how the 8 EMA is moving. But, this could start setting up for a short later on, maybe. I mean, it's cheap. If this 20 SMA starts zooming higher and that 8 EMA keeps moving, and then it turns, that could set up a cross situation to short. I'm only talking about the moving higher with strong options, Jason. There are some in the room that are using the whole, like, the options magic, and you'll get more alerts. I just don't want to have more alerts. How do you add the buy and sell signal and the AMA on 5 minutes? So when you say AMA, you mean, are you talking about the ADMA and the SMA crossing? Misa, is that what you're talking about? Okay. So I can give you my 5-minute chart, okay, and then you'll have it. And then you can duplicate it to create other time frames if that's what you want to do. So let me give you the 2. Okay, because I think it's not important, but I think that if I give you the 2, okay. So there's the 2 minute, okay? when you load it, you'll have the 2-minute chart. Now all you have to do then is you can duplicate it. Just right click and duplicate it. Let me break it out. Now, if you only want a 5-minute chart, I mean, you don't have to duplicate it, but to me, you'd probably want several time frames. So I've given you the 2. So all you have to do then is duplicate it. But if you don't want the 2 at all, that's fine. You can just change the time frame to 5. Okay, there's a 5. And then if you wanted to have a 15 with the same indicators, you just duplicate the chart. Okay, and then you just change time frame. Now you've got a 5 and a 15 with the same indicators. Good for you, William. Ater, I believe, has turned for you. I don't know if you're still in it. Were you in Ater? Yeah, you were. I think around 420-ish. It's just a scan I've got, Chris. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. If you go to my homepage, it's called Moving Higher with Unusually Strong Options volume. Okay. It's not an exist. It's just something I created. So go to my homepage. Go to the scan section, and this is what it's called. Okay, if you don't, James, if you don't have them, it's just a properties. If you don't have them, then just show the indicate. You have to check show indicators, or maybe it's the smart risk levels. Okay, let me just see. I don't really ever look at them, so. Let me just see, where is one? Okay, let me. Yeah, okay, so the properties, and if you don't have that, if you don't see things like smart stop and all that and target, just make sure to go to properties and check the show smart risk levels, okay? And then you'll see them. Okay, so again, right click, properties, show smart risk levels. If you're wondering what they are, a bit of an algorithm at play here. When you click on an alert, so I click on Zev, so it's saying, okay, if you took this trade right now, you know, at 10:59, this is, let's see if I can find a better one. This might be blocked down here. What do you know? And I won't. There we go. Okay, so you see what it's saying is, if I took this trade right here at 608, they're suggesting that the smart stop will be about 580. Okay, it's just a guide. The target is no big deal. All it is double the difference between your entry and the stop, multiply that by 2. And why you see 200 and 100 is that's the, you can set up the risk amount if you want. I don't, to be honest, I don't use it, but I guess it can be a bit of a guide. Okay, Tenzin, how to duplicate in the same window. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Are you talking about in the same docked window, or are you like, what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about docking? How to duplicate in the same docked window? Or maybe give me a little more information. I can try to help you. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Mm-hmm. Tenzin, can you hear me? Yeah, well, listen, ORPH is definitely having a nice pop off that whole number of 6. Didn't have the huge run that I think a lot of people might have thought it might have today. Well, it is. I mean, it is proprietary in terms of the smart stop. It takes into account the volatility of the stock, the high and the low, and it does set. It's just that the stop is the target is obviously not scientific. It's just double that stop. So I mean, if you got into this at 608 and the stop is at, let's make the math easy. If that were 6 and the stop was at 580, 20 cents away, the target would be 640. Okay, 40 cents. So you're risking 20 cents to make 40 cents. So it is sort of an algo in terms of determining where the smart stop is. It's just that the target is not, obviously. It's just double that difference. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So remember we're watching this howl on that potential cross. So you know the other thing to keep in mind, and this is why if you want to take a basket of stocks, make sure they're dynamic. Look at the relative volume for HAL. It's only 0.61. Also, it's a huge float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. I mean, it doesn't mean they all have to be low float situations, but you want to have the relative volume to be at least probably 2 or 3 to see if you have any, have some dynamics involved with the stock, because you don't want to be stuck in something that it just doesn't move because it's just not trading abnormally. Oh man, guys, I'm getting so tired of talking about. Remember, we went for about a month without having to talk about this blasted virus place that just basically dried up. We didn't really talk about it. Now we're right back in it. Well, William, I know you're still not an eighter. There's another one. I mean, another one just straight down on the fives right there. No cross though. No cross. Look at this. See how that 80 MA moving down. There's a 20 SMA. No cross. At some point, if this had been if this had happened earlier in the day though. I think I was zoned out. My cat just gave me a little paw on the elbow, and I just about jumped out of my seat. All right. But, eventually one of these things, just like the other ones, the higher and the APPH, they'll turn around, and just a matter of waiting. But I think it's too late. If this had been earlier, this is happening, and eventually that 80 may start to curl up, and the 20 SMA keeps moving down. Boom, you've got a cross. Hello. And up. There's your exercise. Scared the heck out of me. William, are you still in the room? I can't remember if you're still in the room or you left, because I mean, I know you took this 8er short earlier, but I'm sure you're out of it now. Okay, just nothing. Oh, you went long 8er. Oops, sorry. I hope you're out now. Okay. So we can actually scan for bars and that. Another challenging question. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I see. The bounce. Yeah, consecutive candles. Yeah, we have a consecutive candles filter. So consecutive candles. So you can say only show me, we've got 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and even days. So if you want to see a stock that is, that's all right. If you want to see a stock that is, say, up, 5 days in a row, you would use the consecutive days filter, add the filter, and put a minimum of 5. You'll see stocks that have been up 5 days in a row, as an example. If you want to see stocks that are down 5 days in a row, use negative numbers. So you put -5 in the max. That's how we can kind of combine the filters, so you don't have to. A little confusing at the beginning, but as long as you understand how to use the negative numbers. So that's what I did. I said, okay, show me stocks, that are a minimum up 5, or on the reverse side, down 5, -5, to have the candles, 5-minute candles down at least 5 in a row. The other thing about, I should mention this also in the in Brokerage Plus, when you're in the simulator, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So in other words, you can practice swing trading using our simulator, okay? If you don't get out of a trade, it'll just carry forward. That's because you just loaded it, Jason. Okay, I guess you just loaded it, so you're going to see. But at one point, the alert was at 11:63, and it got up to 12:19. Hey, listen, they're not all, working. I mean, don't just because it shows up. But if you go back in time, this is what I do. So that's why I've got this. You go back in time. 10 o'clock, there was Mogo, 7:36, LAC at 18:41. You can kind of go back. I know BTCM at 10:42. It was 8:68. It got up to what, almost 9. So you just go back in time. This is the time of the first alert. Yeah, it's a premium service. So if you're part of the test drive, you do have access. I don't use it anymore. It just doesn't have enough filters for me, but it's right here. If you click on new and then premium RBI GBI, don't use the confirmed. If you're going to, you can try these. I just don't use it anymore. Not enough filters, so I'm getting too many alerts I don't want to see. Yeah, there was not really a lot of follow through today in the option scanner. Any alert window, if you right click history, okay, today, you'll see what happened before. Any alert window. So you just right click history today. but just not a lot of follow through today in the option scanner. You know, the last 2 days was incredible. Just not a lot of follow through today. You mean news from yesterday? Why? I don't know if there was actually any specific news for ORPH yesterday. I mean, this is when it started yesterday, right? And you can't. There's the volume that came in. Hard to see because this is exponential, so it's hard to see. There, oh, that's better. So yeah, we had yesterday. It started again. I don't know if there was any news on it yesterday, other than traders for whatever reason decided today was the day, and once that started. Once that started, all traders were looking at was the day it got up to 80 2 months ago. You could also, if you just wanted to see yesterday as an example in the option scanner, history yesterday. You probably know that if you did click on it, but the truthful answer is 0. I haven't. Have you been using the dock version, Stan? I mean, it is definitely the dock version is definitely a little bit slower than the pre-dock version, but I'm not seeing any additional slowness, if that's what you mean. Okay, I mean, I can put up with that. That's not. You're on the old. Well, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think there's any. There's no difference. If yesterday was fine and today you're finding it a little slow, I don't think there's. To me, there's no difference. I mean, I would say it's about a second to a second and a half behind what I was used to, and I can handle it because I like the docking. Yeah, further breakdown for this one. I mean, this is one I shorted a lot earlier, but not in anymore. But wow, what a oh, Canada. I don't know if that's a serious question or not, but one of the things we do talk about in this room in terms of money management is never doubling, never adding to a losing position, but more importantly, having a stop. Doesn't sound like you had a stop if you're down 20%. If you're talking about blue lenses, the blue lens or whatever, Dova, yes. Yes. Oh yeah. So one thing we talk about a lot is having a stop. So you're down 20% in a stock. I mean, I don't know where you probably didn't have a stop, or maybe your stop is so way below. I don't know. 20% would be a lot to give up. But we definitely, and I'm not an investment advisor, so, but we do talk about never adding to a losing position. Yeah, Folk is kind of worth watching. FULC, I do see it's starting to move a little bit here. And you can see there was the cross back here. I think we already talked about that cross. There's the cross right there at around 1940, 1950. And then it just sat there for a long time. But there's almost a cross maybe forming on the 15s too. Which is, further confirmation. Yeah, William is just pulling your leg, okay? Okay, the 8 EMA is the orange line and the 20 SMA is the blue line. Those are the crosses we're talking about, and it doesn't matter the time frame. 2, I'm looking at, I can see the 2, the 5, the 15, these 3 time frames, okay? It's just that the higher the time frame, the better the confirmation, but you're also giving up some because a 2-minute cross will happen before a 5-minute cross, which will happen before a 15-minute cross. But the 2-minute cross may not have the absolute confirmation. That's all, if that makes sense. So you might get a cross on a 2-minute time frame, and it may not go anywhere. Whereas you get a cross on a 5-minute, and the likelihood that it'll work in the direction you want is probably greater than on the 2, and then the 15 is even more. But you're giving up more because a 2-minute cross will happen. Let's just say a 2-minute cross here happened at, $19 for the 2. It might be 20 for the 5, and it might be 22 on the 15. Now, it won't matter if it's moving higher, but it's just that I don't know if I'm making sense. The other way for a short, yeah. ADMA crossing below. We've demonstrated a couple. Look, here's on the 15-minute chart, right, for FULC. I'll make it bigger. This is a good one because it's showing the cross in both directions, and you could have made money in both directions. Okay, here's the cross. There's that cross on the 15-minute chart, moving down, okay, through the 20 SMA. So the cross happened right at 2116. If you caught it at that, I didn't have, if you waited a few pennies, it's not going to kill you. But 2116, and then what did it get down to? 1884. Fantastic, right? Now look at it on a 5-minute chart. Now we've got to cross up. See, on the 5, it didn't even cross. The cross happened on the way down on the 15. Didn't even see it on the 5. But now we have a cross up at 1950, and it's, it took a while. It based here for a long time, but now it's moved higher. So in this particular case, you had a cross down in the 15 that worked well. You had a cross up on the 5 that worked well. It's just a matter of, getting used to seeing them. Oh, it happens all day long. I'm not saying every single chart but you probably could find a cross on. Now, but some are better than others. I mean, that's the thing. Some are more dynamic. That's the word I was looking for a while back. Some are more dynamic than others. Well, you probably could see. That's why I was saying, for somebody, if you're starting out, maybe start out with a basket of stocks, maybe 5, 6, maybe up to 10 stocks. Thumbnail them, put them on a 5-minute chart, and watch for crosses all day long, up or down. And those stocks should be dynamic, though. In other words, high relative volume. So they've got some movement in them. Yeah. So Maxim, you have to assign for the buy and the sell. You have to assign. Now you should watch this video. If you haven't watched the video, you should watch the video. I will explain it though, but you should watch the video. The second video here in the Brokerage Plus. Okay? Because what you have to do you have to load again, I'm just going to show you the mechanics of it, but you have to watch that video because your questions are going to be, well, how do I load my strategy into Brokerage Plus? Okay, so you've got to watch the video. It's going to show you. Then what you do is you take one long strategy, whichever one you want, you right click and you assign it. Set as default chart long strategy. Okay, you assign one of them. So you have a strategy here. You've got your edit and your entry time, your order details, your risk management, hold time, all that stuff, okay? All that is covered in the video. So you create your strategy and then you assign one long strategy to the buy button, and if you want, one short strategy to the sell button. So when you click on buy, it'll take that long strategy that you assigned. See, it says set as default chart long, and then I've already selected this one as the default chart long short strategy. Sorry, earlier. That's why that says on. But I could do this one if I wanted to. I could change it, of course. See, now that is on. So if I put that one. Whoops. Oh, there you go. So there's on. You see, so that's on. So whatever strategy that is that I've created, when I click on buy, it's going to follow the rules here. If I click on sell, it's going to follow the rules here. You can only assign one long strategy to the buy and one short strategy to the sell. Okay? I don't use it. I don't do it, but it's there if you want. But if you watch the video, it goes over all of that. Well, some crosses work quickly, though. Of course, you get the cross and it works really quickly. But some, it would, like this one, as you're talking about. I see what you're saying. I mean, you get the alert at 1955. I mean, that's still pretty darn good. You get an alert on a 5-minute chart at 1955. Now, I don't know where you could have got it, okay? But before it did all this, I mean, it got up to 2026. That's pretty darn good. That's on a 5-minute chart. I mean, that's not that. No, after that, I mean, it took base before it moved up again. But even if you are impatient, I mean, that was a pretty fast-moving cross. I have no idea if DYA will come back. I don't think. Okay, like that. I just look at it and go, okay. I mean, it's trying to pop a little bit you know, off this base. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be dynamic still. And when you say come back, you mean take out the high of the day? I mean, it's not that far from the high of the day. But I have no idea if it's going to take out the high of the day. There is volume coming in. The only way it's going to move, keep moving, you know, the volume is starting to come in. You can see right there, there was the biggest volume bar of the day. Interesting, at 11 o'clock. Okay. Now this one right there, what time is it now? So this has got 7 minutes to close. So this could turn into, at worst, the third largest volume bar of the day, because it's gonna beat that one, and it has a chance to get close to that one. You know, as the volume keeps coming in. All right, guys. Well, I may shut the room down at 3 today. Okay, I know I've been saying to about almost 4, 3:30, 3:45 yesterday, I think 3:30 the day before. Usually I shut the room down at 3. If I'll always stick around if there are questions, so as I always say, don't be shy, ask me questions. If you're sitting there and wondering, well, I don't want to ask that question because, well, there's no such thing as a stupid question, okay? It's amazing though how shy people can be. Well, they don't want to look. I can't ask that question because I don't want to look dumb. Well, first of all, we don't know who you are. Okay, we're all anonymous here, so you don't have to worry about that. And really, there's no second of all. First of all, that's the answer. We don't know who you are. There must be on YouTube. I mean, I have no. I mean, well, all trading strategies. I mean, if you wanted to, I mean, we don't have them on our Trade Ideas website. But I mean, if you went to YouTube and said, you know, explain the 8 EMA 20 SMA cross, I'll bet you any money you'll see some videos on it. You know, things like that. All right, now the problem with in fact, I know what happened too. I gave this earlier to somebody. I don't think it was you, Sandeep. It was somebody else. Um, it's what'll happen is if I give you this, you're not going to see this brokerage plus window. Okay, it's going to look blank. Just exit out, if that makes sense. Okay. The reason why is this doesn't copy. So I can give you this, but again, remember, this is just going to look blank, and all you have to just exit out so you don't see it anymore, if that makes sense. All right, and this is called main monitor upper, share, copy. And I love, this is so easy now. Let me know if that worked and if you understand what I meant. Kelly is here today. She was sick earlier this week, but she is sick today. She's back today for sure. I don't know. You have to ask Mr. Orville or Wilbur Wright. Didn't he study the birds? Grant, I saw your question to Michael in the YouTube room. Are you able now to get something on your screen now? I like to try to help you. Oh no, there are no tradings. These are just ideas, okay? Everything you see here is an idea. It's not like, okay, you get this and now here's how you trade it. These are ideas. The only thing that in theory, gives you a stop and gives you an entry and all that is the AI, okay? But even then, it's not, okay, you get this one, this is how you trade it. These are some people develop their own strategies and they back test them and they trade them. It requires a lot of work. You can develop your own strategy, and then I see. You cannot back test the strategy within the dock. You have to move it out. No, the AI is its own channel. The AI is this. That's it. It's not connected to all channels. It's just this. You just click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this is what you get. It's got nothing to do with the rest of the channels. So are you talking about this where it says, you talking about this, the long and the short? Yeah, forget about it. Okay, this is just for notation. Okay, that's all it is. Forget about this. I wish they didn't have this here because I know it looks confusing. They're not really video. They're not strategies. It's more to keep track of what's happened. Okay, so it's not a matter. There's nothing to modify. I guess that's my see how everything is grayed out. There's nothing to modify. No, the AI only works. Only the first alert you get. The first alert you get will be no earlier than 9:35, and nothing happens in the AI in the pre-market. And after hours, more than likely, we used to have a power hour one that might start working at 3, but I haven't seen one for a long time. But the earliest alert you'll get would be at 9:35. The earliest alert today was 9:46. As an example. Yeah, forget it. It's not looking for anything. These are the strategies. Your strategies are what you have to configure. Okay? It's like, imagine that this wasn't here. Just blank this out in your head. This is not here. Okay? Okay. Well, you have to create your own strategy. Okay, you have to create it. So, if you have you watched the video? Okay. Do yourself a favor. I'm not trying to shirk my duties here, but the video that Michael did, the second video that you see here in the Brokerage Plus. Okay, there are two videos. That's a link. The first video shows you how you connect to interactive brokers I'm sorry. Okay, here is where you have to. There are two videos here. One shows you how you connect to E-Trade or interactive brokers, and the next video goes into all of this. How you load your own strategy in here, how you create your strategy. Your entry time, your order details, your risk management, your hold time, goes into the the limit offset. all this stuff, okay? It's about a 26-minute long video, but it's well worth it, I think. Is Mogo, you meant Momo INC? What do you mean by NC window? The same as the Momo alert. What do you mean by that? So the upper right window, Mogo, this is just, this is not, it's not Momo, no, it's a stock called Mogo. If I switch, okay, if that's what you meant. What this window is showing are stocks, but it needs work. That's why I don't really talk about it too much, but it's supposed to show stocks that are in the similar sector, okay? So, I mean, this one will probably work a lot better. So if I type in American Airlines, I should see a bunch of airlines in here, okay? So there's Delta, there's JetBlue. If I scroll down, there's Hawaii, Alaska, or is that Alaska? Yeah, Alaska. I should see there's Love, okay? So that's what it's supposed to show. It's supposed to show, but sometimes, you know, you're going to click on an alert and you're going to go, well, why is that lumped in with this one? Okay, as an I'm not saying this one, but it should be showing stocks that are similar sector. So, you know, the idea would be, I remember one day I was able to do this rather well. We had AMC. Okay, this is before it became a meme stock. Okay, and AMC was ripping, and I had the similar up, and I'd never really heard of this MCS before, but it was second on the list. I said, wow, MCS, and I traded it, and it was great. You know, that was one of the first times. There's CNK as an example. So you know, this is kind of, at least it's showing you stocks in the similar sector. Okay, but that's what this is. That is what this is about. Is there any way to lock the layout so nothing can be changed? I seem to keep dragging windows or delete something and have to reset something. Okay, don't quite understand what you mean. Are you using our dock version, Maxim? And I'll answer your question, NPS, also. Well, okay, first of all, make sure you save your Are you using the dock version, or are you just using the where the windows float around? Are you using the dock version, or are you using... No, not I'm not talking desktop. Are you using this dock version, so you've got, you know, a bunch of windows in what we call a dock? Okay, it is all docked. Okay, first thing, what I would do right off the bat is make sure you save every one of your docked windows. Now, I still don't quite understand when you say you can't change anything, why, but make sure you save your docked windows. Right click, save or share to cloud, and you see there's the name of it, and save it. So that if you were doing something and it moved around and you didn't like it, you could always bring it back. You just file load it again if you did mess it up. But I don't know what you mean by locking a layout exactly. I mean, you always want to be able to click on an alert, but I don't know what you mean, like what's messing up. Okay, MPS, I will give you that if that's all you want. The don't repeat. Wait a minute. Basic new highs don't repeat. Basic new high don't repeat. Okay. Okay. So that is for you, MPS. I just copied that link. Okay, right there. Ija, can you save you mean to your computer? Yes, you file. So the two ways to save your all your work, you know, number one, make sure you save everything to the cloud, okay? The reason I say that is that if anything happens to your computer, okay, and you have to get a new one, no problem. As long as you saved everything to the cloud, you can then just load Trade Ideas, the program, onto your new computer, and then just load things back from the cloud. Number one, okay. Now you can save to your local computer, in the save layout. Also, I do both. Okay. So I mean, if you use file save layout, then it's saving to your computer. But I would also save everything to the cloud, including individual windows, your layouts, everything. The reason you save individual scans too, I've got a lot of scans. I don't have them up and running all the time, but every now and then I think, hey, you know what? Let's take a look at this scan that I created a year ago. I wonder how it's working. And I might look at it and go, wow, it's working okay, even though I haven't used it in a year. And so I maybe get rid of a scan I'm using now and re-add that to a layout as an example. But the other reason is that you can have Trade Ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So if I've got my desktop, I've got a laptop, so I can have Trade Ideas loaded on my laptop, and all I have to do is download the program and then load from the cloud. So I don't have to duplicate everything on all my devices. Now you can only have Trade Ideas up and running one device at a time. There's no channel like that, the Guru, no. Backtesting is something that is very, very rarely do our customers do that, okay? It requires a lot of patience and everything and fiddling around. I think there might be, let's see if one of the videos is on backtesting. I haven't backtested in years. Let me just see if there's anything on back. I think there might be something in backtesting in the education section. Oops. So educational videos. I thought there was something on backtesting. Let me just see. Getting started. Odds maker tutorial. Okay. So odds maker. I mean, it's probably pretty old, but So if you go to my scan section, go down to where it says educational videos, and then this one, called odds maker tutorial. Okay. No, I didn't say that. I said you cannot. You can only run. I don't use my laptop and my desktop at the same time. That's what I said. You can have Trade Ideas on as many devices as you want, but you can only have the program open one device at a time. No, we cannot create an alert yet. Ernesto. It's something that I'm hoping within, 20 years we'll be able to do that. I kid a little bit, but at this point we can't do it. Aha. All right, guys, I'm going to be actually, a build is coming that I will give you a glimpse of the new charting. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's a big deal for us because finally we'll have different colors and gradients and more features are going to be added. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll take a look, BG. Well, you can be in this room. I mean, this is the all-day trading room from 9 to 3. Yeah, I'm going to show it tomorrow. You won't have access to it. Um, I was just informed that it's a development build is going to be available to me in about half an hour, and so I'm going to take a look at it, and then tomorrow you'll see it. Well, I don't know about a training session. I mean, it depends what you mean. I mean, you can ask me questions, okay? I mean, there's not a specific format. People come into this trading room, and you can ask me questions. I can attempt to help. So there's not like an official training session. It's just that what we want, or what we encourage people to do, though. I mean, if you go to my homepage, I'll put my homepage link in. I mean, a lot of the training, just on the program itself, though, if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then if you go to the education section, and save my link, guys, okay? I know I should say that more often. Save the link because there's a lot of information here. So here's like the 20 lessons. It won't take you 20 days. But, just the basics covered. How to, what is a top list? Building a top list. Alert window. Price alerts. An introduction to the cloud. So this is all text-based. You can run through these fairly quickly. You want to get a little more detail? Scroll down, 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 till you see the educational videos. Watch the videos. And starting trade ideas from scratch as an example. And we have other videos. So these are kind of training videos. If you're brand new to trading, completely brand new to trading, back to basics. What is a stock? I mean, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so I mean in terms of a training session, I mean that will help you understand how to use trade ideas. Okay? Okay, your request at 250, 250, 250. I gotta scroll back. Oh, I don't even know if I have it anymore. I maybe moving higher. Do I have it? I put that together. Somebody was. Let's see if I still have it. Maybe breaking higher. Okay, you can have it. I don't use it. I was just demonstrating something, how to create a. Just give me a moment. How to create a simple alert window, and I happen to, we just ran through that, that's all. Let me just find it again. I mean, if you want it, you can have it. Maybe breaking higher, share, copy all. Okay, don't ask me anything about it. I mean, I don't use it. This was just to show, we were just, I think, starting from scratch to build an alert. There is an automated trading option. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Are you part of the test drive? Or are you a subscriber now? Okay. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I see. Okay, you used to use it ages ago. So you're talking about trade ideas. You used it ages ago. So now are you wondering, is there an automated trading option? So if you're not a subscriber right now, the answer to your question is yes, there is an automated in the test drive. Yes. Okay. So in the test drive, you can take one of your own strategies. Okay, you can take one of your own strategies and put it in auto mode. Okay, so and you can actually trade live money. So in order to auto trade live, like your real money, you have to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Okay, number one. So if you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, then you cannot auto trade. You can practice though. You can use our simulator, and you can use as our real-time data, and you can auto trade your strategy in simulation mode. You can auto trade the AI in simulation mode. So I guess to answer your question, yes, in the test drive, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can trade your accounts in auto mode with your own strategy. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, you can auto trade your strategy in simulation mode to see how it would work. Does that answer your question? And if you're interested in that, just even if it's just in simulation mode, this video explains how you do it. Okay, it's a link. The long video, about the 28-minute long video, okay, it explains how you do all that. Well, you can use trade ideas. The market closes at 4, but we've got a post-market channel, after hours channel. You can certainly use trade ideas after hours. One of the channels is the after hours channel. Okay, it'll be blank right now until 4 o'clock Eastern time. Then you'll start to see some alerts coming in, as an example. There's no way to replay. If you're talking about replaying all the strategy, no. Well, wait a minute. Let me try myself, okay? So what was I giving you? I was giving you this one up here, okay? Let me try myself. Well, you can use Brokerage Plus. You can trade your own account. There's post-market data, yes. The only difference is, and this is for everybody, you have to go in at a limit order. You have to pick a price to go in. You can't go in market orders, pre-market or after hours. So if you've never, but you can practice, certainly. No, I don't know what time zone you're in, but it's 4 p.m. That's the market close, right? Oh, but yeah, we have data until, what time? About 7 o'clock, I think, Eastern time. Let me try to load that one, Sandeep. Make sure it is loading for me and it doesn't do anything. Before I do that, though, just in case it does do something crazy for me, I'm going to make sure I save my layout. Okay, now I'm going to load that doc channel. or docked window. So that was the main monitor upper, right? Okay, I'm going to load it. Okay, so it loaded for me. This is what I was saying, right? That you have to X that out because, okay. So it did load for me. This is underneath. Maybe try again. Not to auto trade, okay. If you, we're a scanner first and foremost, okay? But if you want to use this window, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. If you want to use this window called Brokers Plus to trade your account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. But to use trade ideas, it's not mandatory to use this. We're a scanner first and foremost, and we work with all brokers. So we're not linked, at the hip with any particular broker. It's just that if you want to use this particular window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you have to have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. Okay? So if you wanted to auto trade, yeah, there's no other way around it. You need an IB or E-Trade account. Z. Okay. That's pretty weird. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to. I wonder if it's got anything to do with the fact that it's got that Brokerage Plus window in there. Did Did you try this one also? My bottom my bottom docked window. Did you try that also? And did that work? Oh, same thing. Okay, so it's nothing to do with the fact that it's got this Brokerage Plus. Yeah, I don't know. You might yeah, go to our tech support and give them the link. Problem is that I was able to do it, and unless they can duplicate it on on theirs, I don't know what they're going to say. What version of the software are you using? We are in another version now, already. You can have 5.5.22. What do you have? Yeah, maybe try the 5.5.22 from our website. Okay, download that and see if you still get the same problem. If you want to do it now, I will stick around. No, we don't have level 2 data. Our pat answer is if you want level 2, obviously your broker has it, but no, we don't have level 2. Okay, so I'm not familiar with DX feed. So when you say connected, so if you remember, you used to have trade ideas. We have an external linking tool, okay? So the external linking, and I have no idea if we can, I've never heard of DX feed, okay? Which is fine. But we have an external linking tool, and you basically just, follow the directions. You add the link. Now, maybe with DX feed, you just have to go into your order entry, follow the directions. You know, it says hold the shift key down and go into maybe your order entry. Maybe it's a chart from within DX feed, and that'll connect. All that does is it's just a time saver, right? So that you don't have to keep typing the symbol in over and over. Depends how active you are. But you know, like myself, I mean, I'm clicking on symbols all day long. I don't want to have to type the symbol in. Okay, so you know how to link to trading. So it's the same sort of thing then. It could be, I've never heard of DX feed, but it could be trial and error. You know, I would probably try to establish a link in the order entry and see if that works. Okay, so you understand the linking. Okay. So you also understand that there were, you know, maybe in, you know, in a certain case you have to edit or use a rule, you know, or the beginning is cut off or the alternate method or something like that. It can be trial. It be understanding that they don't care. Nobody cares whether we can link with them, but we link with so many brokers just, you know, just in a fairly normal and natural way, just by going into the order entry or into a chart, and we can establish the link. They don't care whether we link with them or not. But I've never heard of DX feed, I have to admit. It works with symbols, right on. Okay, so it does work. Excellent. Whew. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I'll stick around. I have no problem sticking around. As long as I have some questions, I will stick around. Euro tool, okay. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. Yeah, you can use the simulator after hours. Again, though, you have to go in a limit order. Okay, you can't go in market. That's the same for virtually all software. So you have to pick a price. You can't go in at market. That's the only. But you can practice after hours. You can do pre-market trading. I did. You know, you can do pre-market trading. You can do after hours trading. But you have to go in in a limit order. In other words, pick a price. So when you see the bid and ask, you know, you have to go. You want to take that trade. You have to go in at the ask, pick that price. Hopefully, it doesn't move too quickly. But you can definitely do it though. Yes. Oh, well, actually, I'm kind of glad that it happened to you. Oh, Nabil, weren't you? Didn't you ask earlier how to have Brokerage Plus in your doc? Wasn't that you? Was that you way earlier? No. Shoot. Okay. Somebody did. I can't remember who that was. Do me a favor and go to tools, options, and go to layouts and see if your open and dock window is checked. Not that that should really matter. At any point, did you go into this window and make a change and save it? Because that's the bug that I have got. I'll show you. I think I'm going to show you. This is what happened, right? I'm going to do it. I know I can bring my window back, so I'll do it. This is what happened, right? That the single stock window now doesn't look. And that is a bug that I was trying to show to our tech guys, and they couldn't duplicate it. Okay, well, I have no answer for that. Ah, you were able to open it in the newer version. Excellent. Okay, okay. Now, Bill, what version of Trade Ideas are you using right now? I almost guarantee you're not using 5.5.22. That's the latest version available on the website. Okay, but that doesn't help. Your 5.5 is general. We've gone through like 0.18, 0.19, 0.20, so 0.22 is the latest one. It's a combination, okay. I mean, during the test drive, I have more questions than normal, okay. But I'm usually I'm well, not Monday to Friday between 9 and 3 Eastern time is when I'm open. I'm sticking around a little later because I'm getting more questions. When the test drive is over, don't have quite as many questions, and we definitely throw around more trade ideas, okay. But I don't tell anybody. Okay, so why don't you download the latest one, the 5.5.22, and see if that happens. Now I have to, okay, I have to be careful here. Ah, okay. There you are, okay. Okay, guys. You're welcome, my trades. Okay, guys, I don't see any. I don't see any other questions. Okay, so I think I'll wrap this up. Getting a little weary right now. Okay, fading fast, guys. So I don't want to blurt anything out I shouldn't, or not have an answer that I should have. Okay, so I think I'll shut it down. So I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Let me just get my script together. Tomorrow is Thursday. Give me a moment. Okay, before I do go though, I do want to just pop the test drive link in again. So I put the test drive in link again, and if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. And I just want to clarify everything here. So you will not get 2 weeks, okay? If you sign up now, you'll get the balance of you can use it tonight. You know, obviously no live data, but you can still play around with the program. Live data for the next 7 days, okay? Thursday and Friday, and then next week. It will cost you $11.11. I don't want to mislead anybody. You're not going to get 2 weeks, okay? You'll get basically 7 days live trading, or live when the market's open, and you'll have access to the premium service, okay? And again, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so if you do want to, if you think $11.11, if you can afford that for 7 trading days, then go for it. All right, I think that's it. I'm going to get my script in now. Okay, everybody, I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.